Oh, excellent, excellent prognostication there, Harry.
Thank you.
He may have been counting. Let's see, share screen. All right, welcome to the Advisory Committee meeting of April 30th, 2026. We have ahead of us tonight a police department appropriations transfer, discussion and possible votes on two warrant articles related to immigration enforcement, and then a discussion and possible votes rather than possibles vote on the warrant articles for STM1 regarding Chestnut Hill West. If you're a member of the public and you would like to weigh in on any of these items, drop your name in the chat and we will call on you to take your comment. If not, I will turn it over to Charlie Young to present the appropriation transfer request.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. We also have here, I believe, Superintendent Paul Campbell and Public Safety Business Manager Liz Scott. And I'll thank Liz for her help with various budget matters. So I'm Charlie Young. I'm the Assistant Town Administrator for Finance, for anyone who doesn't know me. We are looking for a transfer between police department accounts, and because we're requesting a transfer out of capital, it requires additional approval from advisory committee after select board. So this is not a reserve fund transfer, it's just a transfer between departmental accounts. We're looking for $60,000 out of the automobile account to help cover the cost of sending 8 newly hired recruits to the academy this month. And so 35,000 of that would go to the education, training, and conferences account. 15,000 of that would go to uniforms and protective equipment. And we are looking for the last 10,000 to go into the police department electricity account due to unforeseen increases to our supply contract price that are happening as the result of basically pass downs from regulatory changes. So the supply company is passing down costs, which we are working through internally and trying to dispute, but for now we need to pay our bills. So that's where the last $10,000 goes. This will be one of the vehicles that the department would have liked to purchase this fiscal year. This is the money that would have gone to one of those vehicles, but they are also this year in receipt of a UASI grant that is going to help them replace a vehicle anyway, in lieu of this money. And so it's available to help us close this gap in the recruitment costs and in electricity. And so happy to let Liz or the superintendent jump in if they'd like. Oh, and I see Chief Masters here as well, which if the chief would like to say anything, please feel free, but hopefully I've described that well.
Oh, I appreciate you stepping in. I'm having some internet troubles of my own, but I think you did a nice job covering it. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
All right. So are there any questions or comments from the committee?
I have a question, but
go ahead.
The electricity contract that you described, is that separate from the town's electricity contract? Does the police department have its own? And
no, it's the same supply contract across all town departments, and so this is actually an issue that all departments are dealing with this fiscal year.
Okay, so it's just that your chunk of it went up by $10,000, but presumably similar things have happened townwide. Is that correct?
That's correct, Lee.
Okay.
And we actually have already processed transfers in health, and I think just health so far to help cover utilities. Yeah.
I only asked, with the way you described it, it sounded like the police department had their own contract, but
got it.
Not the case.
No. Thank you for clarifying that, Lee. No, it's actually happening to both our electricity and supply agreements, and it's townwide.
All right. Thanks.
And actually, you know what, I'm going to take the opportunity to add there that I'm putting together a memo describing this issue because I'm imagining we will have a couple more of these requests before year end, and it's something we may even be dealing with into the next fiscal year, but more information to come on that.
Dennis, there don't appear to be any other questions.
Okay, in that case, we will take a motion for favorable action on the appropriations transfer of $60,000 as per the police department memo.
So moved.
So moved.
All right, let me share my screen and we will vote. So we're voting on the approving the appropriations transfer we just discussed. Michael Berger,
Yes.
Harry Bors,
Yes.
Cliff Brown,
Yes.
Elise Kuchar Stone,
Not here yet.
Harry Friedman,
Yes.
David Mark Goldstein,
Yes.
Neil Gordon,
Yes.
Susan Granoff,
Yes.
Perry Grossman,
Yes.
Kelly Hardebeck,
Not here.
Elisa Jonas,
Yes.
Janice Kahn,
Yes.
Brian Ladd,
Yes.
Alec Levovitz,
Yes.
Carol Levin,
Yes.
Liz Linder,
She is not here.
Pam Lodish,
Yes.
Jocelyn Murphy,
Yes.
Donnell O'Neill,
Don't believe he's here.
Linda Olson Pelkey,
Yes.
Fran Perler,
Not here.
David Pollock,
Yes.
Carlos Ridwejo.
He's still at the big event.
Okay. Margaret Robotham,
She's not here.
Lee Selwyn,
Yes.
Christine Westfall.
Yes.
Okay, so by a vote of 19 in favor with no abstentions and no votes, we're going to recommend favorable action to approve the appropriations transfer. So thank you, Charlie.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you to the chief. I think the chief is probably staying for this next discussion. Those of you with a close eye towards the alphabetical listing of our membership will notice a conspicuous absence right here between the C and the F, because John Doggett has announced that he no longer lives in Brookline as of today. He has moved to Newton. And so unfortunately, we don't have any provision to allow Newton residents to remain on the advisory committee. So we wish him well and thank him for his service. I did that earlier today. Let's move on to our discussion. We can take these. I don't know if Susan, you're going to be presenting.
I'm doing 17, Jocelyn 25, whatever is most convenient to the town staff who are here, is I believe more of them will want to weigh in on 25.
Okay, then let's start with 25 then. Jocelyn, if you would like to give a report. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. So Article 25 is a resolution article that highlights the highly valuable contributions that immigrants in Brookline provide to the Brookline community and the Brookline community's desire to ensure that immigrants in Brookline are treated with dignity and respect, while also confronting the abhorrent conduct that federal immigration and customs enforcement and Customs and Border Protection agents have engaged in toward immigrant residents of Massachusetts. Referring to the tools that are in place to assist federal agents in carrying out the arrests and detention of immigrant residents in Massachusetts, including Section 287G of the Immigration and Nationality Act, the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, or BRIC, the Urban Areas Security Initiative, or UAC program, and fingerprint sharing of arrestees with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Article 25 calls for the town to condemn the civil immigration-related activities of President Trump, his agents and appointees, to request Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll to immediately cease all remaining cooperation agreements with ICE and refrain from entering into any new cooperation agreements. It seeks state legislation preventing any cooperation between state and local law enforcement agencies and ICE, and it requests the Select Board to order the Brookline Police Department and the Brookline Police Department to stop forwarding the fingerprints of misdemeanor or juvenile arrestees to the FBI. It also asked the Select Board to order the Brookline Police Department and the Brookline Police Department to comply with General Order 51, which calls for preserving the peace during peaceful demonstrations and the investigation of allegations of excessive force by federal agents. It requests the Select Board and town staff to cease applying for UAC program grants. And it asks that the resolution be submitted to the governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, and the Norfolk County District Attorney, whomever they may be. The ad hoc subcommittee of the advisory committee was assigned to review and conduct a public hearing on both Article 17 and Article 25. Article 17 separately seeks the adoption of a town bylaw prohibiting the use of town of Brookline facilities for civil immigration enforcement, and it will be addressed separately in Susan's report on that article. A public hearing was on Article 25 and Article 17 was held by the subcommittee on 2 dates, April 6th and April 22nd. The very strong sentiment behind Article 25 and Article 17 was universally supported by members of the ad hoc subcommittee and by members from the public who were participating. Petitioning town meeting members Chi-Chi Wu and Alec Leibovitz and Brookline resident and immigration attorney Jessica Chico made compelling arguments at the hearing for the adoption of this resolution in support of immigrants who live or work in the Brookline community, and also at the same time opposes the egregious conduct of federal immigration agents acting under the shield of presidential authority. Petitioner Wu said that 1/3 of Brookline's residents are immigrants, and she emphasized that ICE is responsible for the abuse of immigrants nationwide, including in Massachusetts. Because Massachusetts is a blue state, the petitioners are concerned there may be a surge of abuse toward immigrants in Massachusetts in the future. Article 25 seeks to memorialize the town's resolve against cooperating with ICE within its borders by executing 3 principal tasks: condemning the actions of President Trump's civil immigration initiative, asking Governor Healy to withdraw from the Section 287 subsection G agreement with the Massachusetts Department of Correction, and petitioning the Massachusetts legislature to pass legislation similar to Brookline Police Department General Order 43.0. The resolution also asks the town to withdraw from the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, commonly referred to as the BRIC, and to stop applying for Urban Area Security Initiative Program grants, also referred to as UAC. And it further asks the police department to refrain from fingerprinting arrestees who are juveniles and others who are charged with misdemeanor crimes. A representative of the Muslim Justice League also spoke compellingly at the hearings in support of the article, noting the invasive use of BRIC intelligence sharing by ICE and its impact on Muslim, Black, and Latino individuals in Massachusetts. The town's public safety officials, including Police Chief Pastor and Fire Chief Sullivan, readily aligned themselves with the policy behind the proposed resolution, but they expressed deep, also compelling, in fact, convincing concerns about the proposals in the resolution, in particular that call for the town to withdraw from the BRIC and the UAC grant program. Chief Pastor explained that the BRIC is a critical resource. It provides her department with indispensable criminal intelligence information and other shared resources such as wanted and missing persons flyers. She added that fingerprinting arrestees is the only way to positively identify them, that the number of juveniles who are arrested annually is quite small, and that fingerprinting individuals who are arrested for misdemeanor offenses often leads to the identification of individuals who are wanted for far more serious crimes, including homicide. In her opinion, removing these intelligence and identification tools would significantly compromise law enforcement in Brookline. Fire Chief Sullivan, who is also Brookline's Director of Emergency Management and the town's point of contact for the UAC program grants, reported that withdrawal from the grant program would significantly compromise Brookline's emergency readiness and public safety in Brookline overall. The grant program, which began in response to the terrorist events of 9/11, has provided hundreds of thousands of dollars to Brookline for training, sheltering materials, and firefighter equipment, and grant proceeds fund Brookline Citizen Emergency Response Teams, also known as CERT, and the Alert Brookline subscription. The potential recall of existing equipment and future unavailability of funds from the program would, in his opinion, compromise several aspects of public safety in Brookline that have no nexus whatsoever to the underlying concerns about federal civil immigration enforcement that are raised in the article. He added that the last whereas clause in the petitioner's motion pertaining to the grant funding is inaccurate. The program requires that a percentage of expenditures be dedicated to overall community preparedness in several program areas, of which ICE is just one part. The Select Board's February 2026 proclamation, along with the related general orders of the Brookline Police Department, are measures in place that achieve the objectives of the article without compromising public safety. The subcommittee's recommendations reflect the subcommittee's sincere desire to support the strong sentiment behind the article while also supporting the professional judgment of the town's public safety officials that the town's withdrawal from the BRIC and the UAC grant program, along with the proposed change in fingerprinting protocol, would compromise their ability to maintain public safety in Brookline. It's noted that the petitioners were very extraordinarily patient and cooperative during the more than 6 hours of discussion that took place with the subcommittee, and they responded favorably to a number of changes that were suggested by subcommittee members. However, at the conclusion of the hearings and a lengthy discussion, a series of motions were voted on. First, a motion was made to recommend favorable action on a motion offered by town meeting member Marty Rosenthal to refer the subject matter of Article 25 as amended to a select board committee. The committee would be comprised of members of the Commission for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee, staff from the Police Department, the Office from Town Council, and presumably Emergency Management, while keeping in place and reaffirming the Select Board's February 10, 2026 proclamation regarding civil immigration enforcement in the town of Brookline, with the committee charged with reporting back to the Select Board as soon as practicable, but no later than September 1st, 2026. The Rosenthal referral motion passed by a vote of 4-3. Thereafter, a motion was made for favorable action on a substitute motion should the referral motion fail, which strikes the last whereas clause pertaining to the UAC grant funding, along with paragraphs 4, 5, and 7 pertaining to the references to the BRIC, current Brookline Police Department fingerprinting procedures, and the town's participation in the UAC grant program, and replaces paragraph 6 with language reaffirming the department's commitment to the protocols that are set forth in the department's General Order 51. And a copy of the proposed substitute motion, I presume, can be shown to advisory members shortly. The substitute motion passed by a vote of 6-1-0. Finally, a motion for favorable action on the petitioner's motion as amended should a referral motion or the substitute motion fail was defeated by a vote of 0-7-0. Consequently, the ad hoc subcommittee on warrant Article 25 recommends no action on warrant Article 25 as amended. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Since we have several potential motions to consider and several petitioners before we go to questions or comments from the committee, Chi-Chi Wu, if you're here and you would like to comment on the subcommittee report and offer any additional color commentary, that would be great. And then Marty, we'll come to you after that. And if Chi-Chi's not available, we can go to Alec.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis.
Yeah, I am here, but Alec has been taking the lead on 25.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Chi-Chi.
Yeah,
Go
thanks
ahead,
so much, Dennis and Chi-Chi. And thank you, Jocelyn, for a really excellent subcommittee report. My apologies for being off camera. I'm a little couple things
You're off microphone also.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, now. Yeah.
Okay, Paula, let me get closer. Sorry. So I did want to highlight a couple things. One, my appreciation for the work of the subcommittee. who I think for their own part were, oh, sorry, did I cut out again? I see some confusion.
Yeah, just keep going.
Okay. Well, I just suffice to say it was a pleasure to work with this subcommittee, and we appreciated their thoughtfulness and their patience as well. One thing Jocelyn said that I think crystallizes where the disagreement remains here is that in the subcommittee's report, their expression was that the existing general orders on the books are sufficient to address the problems we're seeing. And that is something that the petitioners, I think, strongly disagree with. And a couple things I would highlight. One, the sharing of fingerprints with the federal government through the FBI database, which is then provided to DHS, including ICE, is the mechanism currently by which people in Brookline are being abducted by this rogue agency. People on this body are probably familiar. You've seen the reporting in Brookline News. Every case I'm aware of currently where someone in Brookline has been abducted has come from the sharing of their fingerprints through this database. So there's nothing in the general orders that addresses that problem. And we think that's a very serious issue, given ICE's increasingly worsening track record of protecting people's civil rights, their due process rights, and even their physical health when in their custody. Another piece, I would point out here is we've really appreciated the involvement in these proceedings of our excellent public safety officials. And I think they've raised serious concerns, and we've appreciated that. And one thing I highlighted at the subcommittee hearings was, this is a real question of trade-offs. There are no easy answers here. We tolerate discomfort really no matter what we do and what actions we take here. What we are asking of this body and eventually of town meeting is that we have this conversation and that we weigh the competing questions here. At what point is it worth exiting some of these grant programs or the BRIC when the civil rights and the physical safety of residents are threatened by a federal government intent on weaponizing these programs? We think it's gotten to the point where we need to have a serious conversation about that, and I've appreciated both the representatives from the fire department and the police department in providing us, a factual basis to have that conversation and for their participation here. I do want to note that we have tried to be responsive to the concerns raised while still preserving, I think, the intention and effect of the article. I would highlight a couple changes that we made to 25 that arose primarily from what we heard before the select board. One is clarifying the language around UASI to make it clear that we are only requesting that the town exit the program and cease applying for grants if the proposed federal guidelines were to take effect. Those guidelines have been paused by injunction. It is under active appeal. So this is a question that will be decided legally in the coming months. But what I think this committee should know is, were those guidelines to take effect, we would be mandated to spend portions of the grant money we received on both supporting federal civil immigration enforcement and also advancing the federal administration's quote unquote election security initiatives. So there's, I think, a very insidious effort going on where the federal government is attempting to put strings on money that municipalities have relied on to force us to compromise our values and arguably aid and abet an unconstitutional and I would argue illegal campaign of terror that's being waged against the American people by our own government. So we have tried to be responsive to that concerns as long as we think current protections remain in place. We've clarified in our language that we can continue to participate in UASI should this pass. The other piece that I wanted to highlight around fingerprinting is there was a concern raised by Chief Pastor and others about the accreditation standards that the police department is required to do certain things on fingerprinting to maintain accreditation. In doing some of our own research on that, what we found seemed to indicate that the main factors at play in the accreditation process are mainly having consistent internal procedures in place and also fingerprinting for felonies. So our understanding is that what we've requested would not jeopardize accreditation, but just to be safe, we've clarified the language in that provision to make it clear that if there is any accreditation risk whatsoever, then the police department has the flexibility to adjust around that, because we don't want to in any way jeopardize accreditation. That's not one of, the intention of this article, nor is it the goal of the petitioners. So I'll cease there, because I'm sure we'll have more to discuss, but just want to again thank everyone involved up to this point, and looking forward to the discussion tonight.
Chi-Chi, you had your hand raised briefly.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Dennis. I actually, Alec covered much of what I wanted to cover, which is just to make sure that the advisory committee knew about all the changes we made to be responsive to the concerns of both the subcommittee, the select board, and our public safety officials. And I want to echo Alec's sentiment in appreciating the amount of time and thoughtfulness that both the subcommittee and the public safety officials have spent on both of these warrant articles. I think the only thing I would like to maybe add is some more context about why we included the resolution section on the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, which is, not only that we are concerned that they are potentially sharing information with the Department of Homeland Security, which in one case resulted in the deportation of a high school student, but that that BRIC also targets Black, Latino, and immigrant Muslim communities, with 97.7% of the people in its database being people of color from those groups. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Marty, would you like to comment on the referral motion, which we will be taking up at some point in this discussion?
Yes, oh yeah, I'm in. It wasn't that complicated. I thought I had to be allowed in. Anyway, so thanks. Marty Rosenthal, town meeting member at Precinct 9, former select board member, and longtime criminal defense lawyer, 20 years of public defender. And what I don't understand, and I heard nothing from Alec on why this should not be studied with a report back by September, which was the subcommittee's idea to put a specific date. And I thought that was a great idea. So the real issue, I'm going to address a few specific things about the proposed resolution. But before I do, it seems to me that I'm trying to help here. I don't know. I guess I do know why it's not received that way by petitioners, but we won't get into that. But I yield to nobody on the time spent looking at the videotapes of Renee Good and Alex Preddy being killed in Minneapolis. And I've studied them carefully, and this whole issue has hit a lot of my particular pet peeves for 50 years. And I'm trying to make this a better proposal on 25. I think there are things that are missing, and I think there are things that are misstated, and I think there are things that are confused. And I'm not going to address the confusing ones, because those I think the chief is concerned about, and the fire chief, and they've been discussed by Jocelyn a little bit. But the fingerprinting one, for instance, is very complicated. Police fingerprint people that are getting arrested, and that has a lot of purposes. And sometimes you arrest someone for a misdemeanor and they've got an outstanding warrant, and that's the only way you find out about it. So anyway, I'm going to put that aside. But the things that I think could be added, well, first of all, the date is a very important addition here, because what I'm trying to do is get this stuff studied along with 17. I'll have other issues on 17 to make it better and to make it faster. A resolution is non-binding. It could be ignored by the select board. I've done many resolutions over the years, and I know that some of them have been enacted by later actions and others have been ignored. And that's why I have Gandhi in my signature. Sometimes I get ignored, and I understand that. But the fact is, what I'm trying to do is get these things actually studied and improved by September. And there could be, I'm asking particularly for general orders that we would be binding on our law enforcement officials, the police, to add some things. And let me just give a couple of examples of things that are not in here that I think should be added and studied. Number one would be it's basically an amendment of our sanctuary policy, which is that if ICE comes into the police station, as they've done, and ask about somebody that's been arrested, as they've done, and ask when they're going to get out, as they've done, I think the police ought to be able to say, we're under instructions not to give you any information. I'm sorry. And that was something, an idea I got from a Plymouth article that just got passed. It was a sanctuary article. It wasn't a no trespass article, or what's called across many other places an ICE-free zone. But the fact is, I think that ought to be something that should be looked at. It could be done by a general order. Secondly, I think there's a Know Your Rights leaflet that was produced, I think, about 6 years ago, maybe. Jessica Chico's, who's here, she could tell us that, but I don't think it's adequate. I think that people that get detained or arrested by ICE, they need something in their pocket. They need their friends and family that might be with them to have something in their pocket that actually gives them a meaningful opportunity to get somebody to help them, and maybe call town hall. Maybe even it's a call to the police station to say, my friend's being arrested. What do we do? A third thing is that there's a state law that says that someone who's arrested has a right to a phone call within an hour. I've known about that law since I started as a public defender. I've never looked at that or thought about it. It does not refer to state or municipal offices. It could include federal offices. I think that's something that should be in here, to ask the Attorney General's office to say that law should be applied to federal offices. And that would be a big step forward if people had a right to a phone call. I mean, that's one of the shocking things about what ICE does. People get snatched away, kidnapped forcibly, and they don't even have a right to a phone call, and people don't even know where they are. So those are three things that could be added. I have a whole list of them, but another one would be some states are trying, ask the general court to pass a law that federal officers cannot wear masks unless there's some specific exceptions, like a terrorist and a real terrorist case, as opposed to alleged terrorists. But anyway, the point is, that's another thing that ought to be looked at the state level. So now one other thing that hasn't been mentioned that I think is inaccurately stated or insufficiently stated, that there's a paragraph that nobody's really talked about general orders in the draft, in the proposal. There's a reference to General Order 50 about a duty. That is a general order that was attached to the select board proclamation, which is when I got interested in all this stuff. I happened to be at that meeting February 10th, and I studied this for 3 weeks and issued something March 9th, including the Vera Institute article that's in your packet. And that general order is more than a duty to investigate. It actually includes a duty to intervene. And that is an important issue when ICE breaks criminal laws. And they do it all the time now. And that's not referenced in that paragraph that talks about the general order. And in fact, that general order needs to be amended because it only refers to Brookline offices. It doesn't use the word Brookline, but when it says offices, it's talking about Brookline offices. There's no reason why, in my view of the law, and I've studied these issues in the Vera article, and I know the law of self-defense and protecting another person's defending another person. I don't see why, and that came up in Minneapolis, and they're investigating the officers there for breaking homicide laws. And I'm not urging our Brookline police to get into a shootout with ICE, but I do think if they see somebody brutalizing, especially by means of a lethal weapon, an individual that is clearly excessive force, that creates a duty to intervene. And I think that general order should be modified. So that's a separate issue. So I'm just asking for all these things to be studied by a committee along with the committee that I'm proposing on 17. And I think it should be a combined committee to study all these things, make 17 better. We'll get to that later, but also make 25 a lot better and much more binding, because if it could be done by the September date that someone on the advisory committee put in, I forget which date it is, then it could be general orders to the police that would be binding. And I think that's better than what's on the table. And I'm trying to help, and I hope the advisory committee will see it that way. And I'll leave it at that. I'm eager for questions if anyone wants to get into the weeds of any of these legal issues.
Thank you. So before we go to the committee, I know we have fire chief and police chief here. Chief Pastor, I'll give you the opportunity to comment on anything that you've heard thus far, particularly some of the factual assertions that have come about the responsibilities of the department, as well as some of your pros and cons that you've raised in the past.
Sure. Thank you. I think Jocelyn did a very nice job in her summary. I appreciate that. I appreciate the work that the petitioners have done to make some amendments where they've asked them to. Unfortunately, I think they just fall short. Specifically, I take no issue with, the calls for the state to look at things, to end the 287 agreements, and to condemn the actions that we've all seen and all been horrified by, quite frankly. But when it comes to specifically the issues of fingerprinting, that is it's a real concern for public safety and for liability. It is ultimately my responsibility as the chief to know who's in our police custody. And the only way that we can do that is through fingerprinting. The national database where we, check fingerprints against is a federal one. And that's what we're up against. That's what we're dealing with. There's no such thing as, there's no local fingerprint database, and it wouldn't be as effective. It's a non-starter. So we only actually, I think the issue specifically with juveniles is that we don't actually know if somebody's a juvenile until we have their fingerprints back and we know for sure who they are. So I think to try to separate juveniles from adults is problematic for that reason. We've had, as I think both Jocelyn and Marty mentioned, several instances where somebody is brought in maybe for a misdemeanor, turns out they have warrants. And quite frankly, I think the superintendent can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're at a total of 5 people who have been arrested for criminal offenses that later have been picked up by ICE after they've received fingerprint notifications. But 4 out of the 5 of those were very violent crimes. And so while it's unfortunate that they ended up in ICE custody, I don't think that these 2 issues where they were arrested for felonies would have done anything to impact those numbers, if that makes sense. Some of the assertions about the BRIC in general, I think when the claim is made that the BRICS database is 97% people of color, I think that's a mischaracterization. A small portion of the BRIC has to do with the Youth Violence Strike Force, the gang unit in Boston. There's a gang database. I don't know for sure that information is still statistically accurate, but I would challenge the petitioners to take a look at the gang homicide rates, who's actually being killed in gang violence incidents in Boston, and to see what those statistics look like, and see, I think they'll find that those are pretty closely mirrored, and that obviously that's a huge problem, but that's not a problem that's going to be solved by us withdrawing from the BRIC. And I think, the BRIC is one of 2 fusion centers across the state. It would be impossible for us to operate without connection to a fusion center. It would either be the Mass State Police Fusion Center. The BRIC is the second one. For us to report to a fusion center out in Western Massachusetts for criminal intelligence just makes no sense. The BRIC is separate from UASI. There were assertions made early on that made it appear as though cities and towns around us were not participating in the BRIC, and that's also not true. There are 9 cities and towns that participate in UASI where we receive the federal funding. But every police department, including the colleges and universities in the state, report to a fusion center, and most of the ones on this half of 495 report to the BRIC and are serviced by the BRIC. And again, I'm happy to take any other questions or if there's anything I didn't touch on.
Okay, well, let's go to Chief Sullivan, and then we can go on to others.
Thank you, Dennis. And again, I want to reiterate what Chief Pastor says. We do really appreciate the sentiment behind this resolution and warrant article 17 and 25. However, the consequences of the resolution on public safety in town that was stated by Jocelyn in her summarization are true, and some of the assumptions regarding specifically UASI, I don't really have a direct connection to the BRIC and what they do, so I'll leave that to Chief Pastor. But as the jurisdictional point of contact for the UASI region, and having served in that role for the last 6 years, I have a very deep understanding of how the UASI process works. One of the disturbing things about this resolution, and I've voiced this several times now, is that at no point have the petitioners come to me and asked me anything about how this would impact and how UASI works. They read what they want. They read what the NOFO said and made some conclusions out of that. But they're just not based in fact. And I think to Alex's point, this is a serious conversation. We're having, this is probably our 7 or 8 of serious conversations about all of these issues. So the serious conversations are being had. The UASI funding, I was the first jurisdictional point of contact in this last round of the UASI funding that stood up in front of all of my colleagues and said, hey, there's a poison pill in here from the federal government. We need to address this. And that was the mandate, if you will, the funding of the 10% to support immigration and border protection, and another 3% for election security. Now, to be clear, the money does not go directly to ICE. It doesn't go to immigration and border protection. It doesn't go to any of the entities that we're all against, okay? It is, you need to show that the money that you are using, that $13 million in the region, 10% of that, or $1.3 million, has a nexus to immigration and border protection. So that could be anything. It could be communications infrastructure that you're saying, okay, we're going to spend $500,000 on this communications infrastructure, which supports the police department, which supports the efforts of the immigration and border protection through our association with the BRIC. It does not go directly to the BRIC. We're not giving 10% of the money to immigration and border protection. Election security, if the part of the money that we use in the region goes to our IT departments to ensure that our election machines and our databases have advanced security measures and safety measures, that is in support of election security. That goes towards that mandate, if you will, within the NOFO. And so it to say that, we're aiding and abetting the federal government in the terrible things that they're doing is just inflammatory. It's not true. The money that Brookline gets as a jurisdiction, relatively no money goes to any of it. The BRIC is supported through UASI, but it is a carve off of the 13 million at the very beginning. Whether we are involved in UASI or not, the BRIC is going to be supported. The BRIC is going to be funded. So for us to pull out of the millions of dollars that we have been beneficiaries of, it's not going to change anything with the brick. I understand the sentiment, but it doesn't change the dial. So it is purely a symbolic gesture, if you will. And I think just the fact that we're having this serious conversation and we have the resolution, those are all things that to Marty's point earlier, goes to the same thing. There are no 287 agreements in Massachusetts with one exception, and that is the Department of Corrections. And that is in the resolution for the governor to withdraw from that 287 agreement. So no cities in town, no entity in the state of Massachusetts has a 287 agreement except for that one particular entity. They are not a part of UASI. They have no connection to UASI. And so if the injunction does not stay, we're not going to get the 2025 UASI grant anyway. No communities are going to get it. Not just Brookline, nobody's going to get it. The bigger problem with withdrawing from UASI is that the assets that we have accumulated since 2003 or whenever it was that the UASI funding came in after 9/11, all of those assets are regional assets. We hold them and they are for our specific use, but they are regional assets that we have to share and we would be subject to having to give back. And to what Jocelyn had said earlier, our shelter supplies, our SCBAs on the fire department, the radio infrastructure within the UASI region and the Metro Fire region, and the Baypern police communication system, all funded through UASI money, or at least partially funded through UASI money. We would be subject to having to withdraw from that and give all of that stuff back. We all hope to God that this is a temporary situation with this government that we have now. And we hope that the better angels will prevail, even in the short term, before the end of this presidency, whenever that comes. I don't want to see us throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't want to see the town put itself in jeopardy with regard to public safety for the future and for the generations to come because of this temporary situation. If we want to stand up and say that we're against all of it, and that's what the resolution does in its amended form, absolutely, 100%. It just goes a little too far in terms of the impact on the day-to-day responsibilities of the government, of the town, and the people who are doing that job. And I guess that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Harry, would you like to manage a queue of questions or comments from the committee?
Sure. Janice Kahn.
Thank you, Harry. So, and thank you, Chiefs, for your comments. And I understand the wanting and the need to really make a statement in Brookline, and it's important to stand up in Brookline. What I'm struggling with at the moment is the fact that we're not an island. And that became really clear to me after the Marathon bombing, when we were one of the communities that had to shelter in place. That I think we are safer in many ways when we have partners, and to single ourselves out from our neighbors may not be. There might be a better way to work this so that we have actually our, stronger partners with us, voices with us, so that, because UASI, we're not the only town that decides what equipment or whatever that comes to the 9 communities. I mean, we don't have that force as an independent unit to do that. And so I just wondered if maybe Chief Pastor could talk a little bit more also about how important it is to be part of a system. And I think Marty, frankly, I like Marty's idea of doing a deeper dive and pulling out the things that we can do as a community that make sense,
and things that we can then take broader to our neighboring communities to make us stronger in what we want to do. But Chief Pastor.
Yeah, I'm happy to. And I'll note too, something that hasn't been brought up, the 9 cities and towns that make up UASI, for the most part, have pretty similar policies in place and all come from kind of a similar mindset. Our partners include Cambridge, Somerville, the city of Boston, all who have similar executive orders or city ordinances with regard to cooperation with ICE. But the marathon, I think, is the best example. If you've followed us on social media or just been walking around a marathon day, you'll notice that we have a contingent who joined us from Cambridge, and they bring with them some of the UASI supplied equipment in terms of, vehicles, Overwatch equipment, things like that. And I know the city of Boston, for the same reason, relies on Quincy, agencies who aren't part of the marathon route who can help come out and support us. We keep using the word force multipliers, but that's exactly what we need. And in the same vein, we'll return the favor this summer when we're seeing, events related to FIFA Sail Boston and the 250th anniversary, all happening at the same time. It's a partnership, and no one agency can handle law enforcement and the needs by ourselves. And it's just bad practice. I don't know if that answered your question, but the same is true when it comes to information sharing. Everybody knows the geographic layout of Brookline. Criminals don't stop at the border. We see patterns of people if somebody's breaking into apartments along, Comm Ave, they don't know if they're in Boston or Brookline. It would be irresponsible to not share that information with other agencies. And the BRIC is simply the mechanism by which we do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris Westfall.
I think that Marty's right. I think that which is unusual, but for me, but I think this probably needs a little more study before we go forward. I think the other advantage is if we study it over the summer, we'll also get a better feel for what is going on over the summer a little bit. What's problematic about the present federal government policies is that they are abhorrent is a pretty good word to use for them. And it's not just that they're picking up immigrants at this point. They're also putting on a massive push to denaturalize previous people who have achieved citizenship in the United States. And that's incredibly alarming. So depending on how this plays out over the next couple of months, it's going to be very difficult. And I think a little more study could be helpful. And I think I'll stop my comment there.
Thank you. Michael Berger.
Yes, thank you, Harry. I have a question for Chief Pastor. With the terrible events at Brown University recently and the killing in Brookline, I'm just wondering what kind of cooperation we had with other authorities and how the proposed withdrawal from BRIC would have affected that, if at all.
That one's a little bit complicated. Because it was a homicide, the initial cooperation came from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and the state police troopers assigned to Norfolk County CPAC. They came right out. Once we sort of had hints that it was something, that could be tied to Brown University, we relied on FBI Boston. And then the Brown University shootings were handled by the Providence office, but obviously, it was much easier to coordinate once we had one kind of bringing it under the federal umbrella. We had parallel investigations going where we were still treating ours as a local homicide until such time we were, it was confirmed that it was going to be a federal case. All that to say, there was a lot of cooperation amongst multiple agencies. Local Boston came in to help us out because we were canvassing along Comm Ave. it
Well-
wasn't necessarily a UASC project, but partnering with Boston, who was another UASC agency. Sorry about the dog. And you know, it's hard to say, like, the information sharing that happens, like once we had, you know, a vehicle that we knew we were looking for, the brick is the way that we get that information out. Like if we had a wanted flyer, we knew right away that, you know, we had sort of a blurry image, the brick shares that out. So yeah, I wasn't fully obviously prepared to answer that, but yeah, I suppose in terms of like the wanted flyer going out to the law enforcement partners in our community, the brick was helpful.
Thank you.
Neil Gordon.
Thank you, Harry. If I could move on to one other provision, and that's the ICE cooperation, the Department of Corrections cooperation with ICE. And it's in this context, and I quote, "It's important to draw a distinction between people who've been tried and convicted of serious crimes and the indiscriminate actions of ICE on witnesses, survivors, and people of goodwill that have been targeted by this administration." That's a quote by Andy Vargas. He chairs the Black and Latino Caucus. And he says, in addition, people serving DOC sentences are in for far more serious crimes, and the caucus came to a consensus that the state should collaborate with federal officials on individuals that commit serious crimes. The bill that passed the State House that is on to the Senate was the Black and Latino Caucus version, and that leaves in place cooperation with ICE. It's not an area of my expertise. I suspect that it is within the area of expertise of the Black and Latino Caucus. It suggests that at the least a need for further study. And I support referral motion.
Thank you. I know Marty has his hand raised. I'm waiting to see if there are any other comments from advisory members, and so far there are no other comments or questions from AC members.
All right, so we can give Marty and Alec an opportunity for another bite at the apple. I would appreciate when you speak, Alec, if you could comment on because there's a sort of a voting complexity here where we have the question of this referral motion, and if that fails, then there's a subcommittee amendment, which I assume was not a friendly amendment because otherwise it would have been courted as such. If there's a strong sense that this body were to support the subcommittee's version, are we likely to have multiple motions at town meeting? But go ahead, Marty, and then Alec. And you're muted, Marty.
Sorry, yeah. So I just want to add a couple of things, and I know very quickly because I spoke at length and I know you got a lot on the agenda. So the two things I want to add are, one, that in general, I will at some point do an explanation for the referral, both on 17 and on 25. I just haven't been able to find the time for it. I think this is counting February 10th when I tried to comment on the proclamation, but I didn't know it was on the agenda. I think this is my 8th public appearance on this stuff. I did say something that night after they voted for the proclamation. But anyway, the point is that the things I said before that I would add to the resolution or to my referral motion, I would put into an explanation for the referral motion. So the things I mentioned earlier, I would list, as well as some others. And one, by the way, the last thing I want to add is the other thing that I didn't mention about the Know Your Rights. A huge problem in this area is people don't have lawyers. There are some nonprofits that provide lawyers, including Mira, which Jessica works at. But I think that the Know Your Rights thing needs a much better approach to getting legal representation for people. And that's something I know in Boston, they have a lot more people being kidnapped, detained, brutalized by ICE, and they do have some money out of the public budget. Now, I know we have budget issues right now, but anyway, that's something else that needs to be looked at. So I still haven't heard anything from the petitioners, and I hope Alex will address this now, why a study until September is not better than a non-binding resolution where the select board is probably going to go with the two chiefs on their issues instead of trying to improve those issues. So anyway, that's it. Thanks.
All right, Alec.
Thanks so much, Dennis. And I was just taking some running notes as we were going along, so I'll just run down from the top and seek to address some of the concerns that were raised. So one is there was a discussion of regional collaboration for our public safety agencies and what the impact might be of exiting from the BRIC. One thing I just want to emphasize here is that regional collaboration between municipalities in Massachusetts happens all the time. And it happens all the time in direct relationships, in interregional collaborations, and it happens all the time without the federal government having a seat at the table. Good example, our Metro Regional Public Health Collaborative, for instance. There's, I think, something like 20 communities that participate voluntarily together to coordinate their public health efforts. My understanding is that's largely how things functioned before the creation of the Department of Homeland Security. The major difference now is when the region works together, the federal government is sitting at the table. And in ordinary times, that might not be a bad thing. But when the federal government has been co-opted by a criminal enterprise and a racist enterprise, we bear the brunt of that. And their public safety and their civil rights are very much at risk right now. And so I would just say, even in a world where we do exit the BRIC or where the BRIC vanishes completely, that does not mean that we enter a world where regional collaboration between public safety departments stops. It means we need to figure out a new model, maybe bring back an old model, but it could certainly continue. I do want to note in terms of the nature of the BRIC and how it interacts with ICE, because there was some discussion with that. When the 2025 federal guidelines for the UASI grants were made public, including the requirement that a percentage of those funds support civil immigration enforcement efforts, the Wu administration quickly said that Boston wouldn't really need to worry about that because the BRIC itself and the BRIC's operations would satisfy that requirement. And the reason for that is that the BRIC is actively sharing information, personal identifying information about residents of Greater Boston with the federal government, and it is supporting ICE operations. It is supporting deportations. It is supporting the kind of abductions that Martin without having access to a phone call. So, the notion that, well, the BRIC doesn't really share directly with ICE, it's happening now. And Boston's requested guidelines. So I think that's important to keep in mind. And I'd note, one thing that was invoked before the select board was the Boston Trust Act. There are exceptions to the Boston Trust Act through which ICE is currently receiving information from the BRIC. One, in fact, is that under the Trust Act, the BRIC is empowered to share data collected through their criminal task forces with the federal government. Well, that includes the gang database that we heard about, which includes, massive surveillance of communities of color and immigrants and political, quote, dissidents in the city of Boston. So I find that extremely troubling. I'll just say that much. And the idea that we can just wait and that this problem will solve itself in the course of time. We've had 2 Trump administrations in the last decade. And I don't see his influence waning very much in terms of the direction the Republican Party is headed. So I find the notion that we can just wait this out, I find that a dangerous prospect as well. Briefly, and apologies for speaking at length here, on the 287G agreement, this is the last one, the agreement that is currently in place between the State Department of Corrections and ICE is the only active 287G agreement in New England. And there's a reason for that. And it's because this government and ICE generally have lost the confidence of New England, as well they should. People are dying at an alarming rate in ICE custody. There have now been reports about widespread sexual assault of people held in ICE custody. People are being whisked across state lines, as we mentioned, abducted, deprived of their due process rights. This is a rogue agency, and it's one that is literally killing people in the quote execution of what they view their mission to be. So when every other state in the region has cut this linkage, which I agree in regular times makes sense, right? Referral of serious crimes to immigration enforcement. I see why that makes sense on paper. But people's human rights are being violated, and we just have no confidence that this agency can responsibly be charged with the custody of human beings. And that's the reason every other state in the region, including those with Republican governors, have either left their 287G agreements or not renewed them. And that's also why we feel Massachusetts should follow that lead. And just briefly to Marty's point, I think a lot of his ideas are good suggestions, just to be clear. And I've welcomed his participation in this process and appreciate his passion here. I'm by no means opposed to a future warrant article taking up some of those suggestions. I think that's probably a worthy cause and endeavor. But from the petitioner's perspective, we don't necessarily see that as ample reason to delay what we think really is urgent consideration of some of these issues, what the state and Brookline can do in the short term to improve resident safety. And that's why we're still asking for a vote here. And to your question earlier, Dennis, the petitioners at this point would request that the committee consider no action on the motion to refer, no action on the subcommittee amendment, and favorable action on the warrant article as amended. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Campbell, I saw you had your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. I want to respond to something that Alec just said because I don't think it's true. And I just want to make sure that when we do come to a vote that we're voting on at least what we think is accurate information. I had mentioned at the last subcommittee meeting, during the Boston Marathon, I sat in the UCC for about an hour with someone who works with the BRIC, and knowing that we were going to be having a discussion about these issues, I had a conversation about the BRIC and exactly how it works and the information sharing. I can't say what used to go on back in the day, but the information that I got from him was that they do no information sharing with the federal government that is related to immigration enforcement. Their database is completely restricted. There's no direct access. He said that they have an attorney that is on staff. If they get a request for information that is at least that even appears as though it may be related in some way to immigration enforcement, they forward that information to an attorney, and the attorney reviews it. If the attorney believes it's related to immigration enforcement, the request for information is denied. So the information sharing, Alec mentioned something from Mayor Wu back in 2025 that the BRIC might be doing something that would comply with the federal requirements. I'm not familiar with that. I don't know what that is, but I do wonder if, similar to we heard from Chief Sullivan earlier, when he mentioned that, okay, they may put restraints or requirements that we put some funding to ensure election integrity. And so, okay, we upgrade our computer systems and we call that, enhancing the integrity of our systems that manage the election. It's helpful to us. It doesn't further the kinds of things that we're seeing on TV that I think everybody on this meeting is concerned about. Michelle Wu was pretty vocal when she was running for mayor that she was opposed to the BRIC. Well, now she is mayor and she's in a position to really shut it down. And I think it's important to note that she hasn't done that. And I suspect it's because she's gotten a closer look at what they do and what they don't do. She has the ability to influence these things. And I think she's probably widely regarded as being aligned and having similar views with many of the people in this group. And yet she's chosen not to do that. I do think that that should tell us something about what they are and more importantly, what they aren't. I'll just
Thank
leave it
you.
at that.
Neil Gordon.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to respond to Alex's comment. Let me start here. I mean, there's no shock. I'm no fan of ICE, and I'm no fan of the Trump administration. So Brookline PACS and its allies have been out of Coolidge Corner every Saturday for more than a year, without a miss. I've missed 2 or 3 out of 54 weeks or so. It's a broad protest, and there are lots of anti-ICE signs. That said, it doesn't that everybody else is doing it or that nobody else is doing it is not an argument. The dilemma, as I've read the position of the Black and Latino Legislative Caucus, is a complicated one, and one of their concerns is a similar concern. They're no ICE fans. They're stuck with convicted felons at the end of their sentence being released and in cooperation with ICE being picked up when they leave custody of the Department of Corrections. The alternative is that they're released without notifying ICE. They go back to their neighborhoods. ICE finds them eventually anyway, and they scoop families, children, aunts, uncles, and anybody else they find in the neighborhood. That's their dilemma. Their dilemma being the Black and Latino Caucus. That was not an easy call for them. It's a reluctant call. I'm just not compelled to take a different position from their position.
Is that everyone, Harry?
It's everyone on the committee, although Marty now has his hand raised.
Right, Marty, this is not generally a back and forth discussion. Do you have a brief comment?
10 seconds.
Go
I
ahead.
just disagree with Neil on the people being released. I think they shouldn't be they're not getting life sentences to go back, get sent to Africa and that kind of stuff. All right, that's it.
Thank you. All right, so this is complicated, and because of the fact that there are likely to be several potential votes for town meeting, and we would like to have our opinion accurately reflected, I think it probably makes sense to follow a similar voting order to what the subcommittee did, which would be to take up the referral motion first, and if that passes, Marty's referral motion, if that passes, that is our recommendation. If it fails, we should take contingent. Well, if whether or not it passes, we should take either our primary recommendation or a contingent recommendation on other versions of the article that might make it to town meeting. So let's start with the subcommittee moving favorable action on the referral motion as it did.
So moved.
Favorable action on Rosenthal referral.
Dennis, just
yes.
So you know, several members of the committee have arrived since the first vote, so
okay, all right.
Game.
Okay, thanks. Under warrant article, this is warrant article 25. All right, let me share my screen. All right, so we are voting on whether to recommend referral of warrant article 25 to the committee under the description that Marty provided to us. Michael Berger.
Yes.
Harry Boers.
Yes.
Cliff Brown.
Abstain.
Elise Couture-Stone.
Can you come back to me? I had to sign on a little bit late.
Sure thing. Harry Friedman.
Yes.
David Mark Goldstein.
Yes.
Actually, I don't need to name the full names. I've already taken a vote. Neil.
Yes.
Susan.
Yes.
Perry.
Can you come back to me?
Sure. Kelly,
Yes.
Elisa,
Yes.
Janice,
Yes.
Brian,
No.
Alec,
No.
Carol,
Yes.
Liz,
Liz is not here.
Pam,
Yes.
Jocelyn,
Yes.
Donnell,
Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
Fran,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Carlos, not here.
No, he is here.
Okay.
So
All right, I'll come back to him. Margaret,
going to stay there. Laura said she's going to there.
somebody needs to be muted. All right. Is Margaret here?
I was a yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Is Margaret here, Harry?
No, Margaret is not here.
Okay, Lee,
Yes.
Christine,
Yes.
Elise,
No.
and Perry.
Yes.
Okay, so our recommendation is for referral of this motion to the committee. I do think it is worth having a contingent recommendation, which is essentially in the event that the referral motion fails.
We have two
Um,
motions for that.
Yeah, so we'll take votes on each of them. So if you
Dennis,
want
can
to,
you just say the vote out loud for me, please?
20 to 3 to 1.
Thank you.
So if referral motion fails, do we recommend favorable action on
The Murphy Jonas substitute motion.
favorable action on Murphy Jonas substitute motion? Thank you. And let's go through this again. I'll just arbitrarily pick somewhere in the middle. Carol. Oh, we need a second for that. We need somebody to make that motion and somebody to second it. I'm going to guess Murphy and Jonas.
So moved.
Seconded.
Carol.
Second.
Thank you, Carol.
So let me make sure I understand. This is the alternate motion that we're going to put forward to town meeting if our recommendation's not accepted.
If the recommendation for referral is not accepted, then
Okay.
this is the substitute motion from the committee. The
Yes.
committee recommended.
Okay.
So you said yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Pam,
Yes.
Jocelyn,
Yes.
Donnell,
Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
Fran,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes.
some problem with the audio. Lee,
Yes.
Christine,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Harry,
Yes.
Cliff,
Abstain.
Elise,
Yes.
Harry,
Yes.
David Mark,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Susan,
Yes.
Perry,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Elisa,
Yes.
Janice,
Yes.
Brian, I don't hear Brian. Alec,
No.
Sorry, I was muted. No.
okay. All right, so in the event that the Rosenthal referral motion fails, and the Murphy Jonas substitute motion comes up, our recommendations for favorable action, and the same way the committee took a vote on the petitioner's original motion, and we should probably do that as well. So in this case, the subcommittee was recommending no action on the petitioner's motion if it got to that.
That's correct.
Right, as amended, because it's gone through various iterations. So
And to put it in a favorable format, I'll move favorable action on this and then just vote no.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Favorable action on petitioner's amended motion, warrant article 25. All right, so this is our last to keep the waterfall going. If you're voting along with the subcommittee, you will vote no on this. We need a David Mark made this motion, someone should second it just so we have it.
Second.
Okay, Michael.
No.
Harry.
No.
Cliff.
Abstain.
Elise.
No.
Harry F.
No.
David Mark.
No.
Neil.
No.
Susan.
no,
Perry.
Let me come back to me.
Kelly.
No.
Elisa.
No.
Janice.
No.
Brian.
Yes.
Alec.
Abstain.
Carol.
No.
Pam.
No.
Jocelyn.
no,
Donnell.
No.
Linda.
No.
Fran.
No.
David.
No.
Carlos.
No.
Lee.
No.
Christine.
No.
And who did I skip? Perry.
No.
All right, so our recommendation is 1 in favor, 21 no, and 2 abstentions if it gets to that. And we'll have to write all this up as a flow chart in the report for the combined reports. All right, thank you, everyone. Now we go on and have a similar discussion about warrant article 17. And that was you, Susan, to start?
yeah, that's me.
Great, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to skip over some of this that you have heard, but okay, so following the horrific deaths of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy in January 2026, and the campaign of aggressive, violent, provocative, terror-inducing actions by ICE agents in many U.S. cities, executive branches of many states and municipalities across the U.S. began issuing executive orders and proclamations barring federal immigration authorities from using public facilities for immigration enforcement actions to the extent permissible under relevant law. As one of those executive branches, on February 10th, 2026, Brookline Select Board adopted a 3-page proclamation regarding civil immigration enforcement in the town of Brookline. Warrant Article 17 seeks to create a bylaw that will codify some of the proclamation's key enumerated provisions. Specifically, the bylaw would bar anyone from using any town facilities, including but not limited to parking lots, public school grounds, and police stations, as a staging area, processing location, operations base, or other supporting location for federal or other civil immigration enforcement activities, absent a valid judicial warrant or court order authorizing such uses. This is essentially the first paragraph of the Select Board's proclamation. It would also expressly declare non-public spaces of public buildings to be off limits to civil immigration enforcement activities in the absence of a valid judicial warrant or court order. This was a portion of paragraph 2 of the Select Board's proclamation. It would require town employees to document and properly notify the town administrator of all said violations. And it specifies in a new provision that violations of this bylaw shall be considered to be civil rather than criminal in nature and not subject to general bylaw section 10.1, which states that violations in this part of the general bylaws are deemed to be misdemeanors and subject to fines. The subcommittee held a public hearing on April 6th and continued its public meeting on April 22nd. And during that intervening time, and one of the reasons that so much time elapsed was to permit the petitioners to respond to a number of concerns that had been raised by the Select Board and by our subcommittee. But at the initial public hearing, the petitioners very effectively stated the rationale, the reason that they want to enact this bylaw. First, they are dismayed at ICE's horrific practices and believe that this bylaw would help to better protect Brookline's large immigrant population, which has almost a third of Brookline's population are foreign-born, according to the statistics of the petitioners, and wants to protect this immigrant population from the excesses of ICE and other federal immigration agencies. Second, and this is one of the key motivations of this bylaw, the petitioners believe that by codifying the Select Board's proclamation of February 10th into enforceable law, the town will be better positioned to legally challenge ICE and other federal civil immigration enforcement agents in court. They think that having a bylaw passed by the town's legislative body would make it more likely for a court to grant our town's request for injunctive relief, more so than if the town had only a proclamation passed by the Select Board. They believe it would provide a stronger legal foundation for any request for injunctive relief. In addition, by passing this bylaw, they believe that town meeting would be sending a message to Brookline's immigrant population that the town was concerned about their welfare and is willing to take additional steps to help protect them. Finally, the petitioners stated that codifying this policy into law will help offer clarity to town staff on the town's expectations and their individual responsibilities. And we're very appreciative of the motivations and feel very strongly, like the petitioners, that the actions of ICE is something that we as a municipality need to take a stance against and take actions that make sense for our community to engage in. But during the course of our public hearing and the public meetings that followed, a number of concerns were raised about this, both the drafting of the bylaw, and questions were raised about whether an actual bylaw is needed. Among the concerns that were most forcefully made were the following. First, there were concerns about enforcement-related issues. As Chief Pastor underscored in her letter of April 1st, 2026, the distinction between an executive order or a proclamation and a bylaw is that once codified, the language is no longer aspirational. It becomes enforceable law. And under Article 10.2 of the town's general bylaws, it would be Brookline's police officers who would be charged with responsibility for enforcement of the new bylaw. This raises some additional concerns. According to Chief Pastor, Adoption of this article would create a direct enforcement obligation to police officers. Since officers could be placed in the position of enforcing provisions that are possibly legally ambiguous or potentially preempted by federal law, this could possibly lead to Brookline's officers being charged federally with obstruction of justice or similar offenses. The petitioners have tried to get around this concern by recently adding new language to their proposed bylaw in section 6XX.3 that expressly states that violations of the bylaw shall be considered to be civil rather than criminal in nature and not subject to General Bylaw Article 10.1, which states that violations are deemed to be misdemeanors and subject to fines. Nonetheless, regardless of whether violations are deemed civil or criminal in nature, under General Bylaw Article 10.2, Brookline Police would still be required to enforce the new bylaw and to prosecute violations. As Chief Pastor noted, even if this is not the petitioner's intent for this bylaw, this is the nature of all of the town's bylaws. Police Superintendent Campbell, at one of our public meetings, raised additional practical enforcement concerns. Civil enforcement is usually not performed by law enforcement officers. Even with training, this bylaw, as currently written, may lead to confusion by police officers about how they are supposed to act during tense ICE-related situations and confrontations between federal ICE agents and Brookline residents. Some of the subcommittee members also expressed concerns about whether attempts to follow this bylaw could lead to obstruction of justice charges against not only police officers, but other town employees as well, because it doesn't offer clear guidance as to what is permissible and what is required behavior. Another concern was that language suitable for a proclamation might not be suitable for a bylaw. It became clear in their description of how they went about crafting this bylaw that when drafting it, the petitioners initially thought it would be a simple matter of repeating paragraphs verbatim from the Select Board's proclamation in order to codify it. But the requirements of creating an enforceable law demand more considered thought about language choice and legal implications. As Marty Rosenthal reminded us during one of our public meetings, there are complex state and federal legal issues that need to be considered. For example, is the bylaw really describing a trespassing offense to which state criminal law might attach? Have all the key terms used in the bylaw been defined sufficiently, or are some too vague or ambiguous to withstand court scrutiny? During the 4 weeks that petitioners have been presenting warrant Article 17 to the Select Board and to our subcommittee, it has gone through numerous word changes and iterations because the petitioners were very much trying to address all of the concerns that Select Board members and our subcommittee members raised. And so some sections were added 1 week and then dropped the next week. But although we were very grateful for how much they tried to address these concerns, what that said to us is that this is still a work in process. And unlike a proclamation, once something is a bylaw that's passed by our town meeting and approved by the Attorney General, it's now a law that is very complicated and difficult to change if some of the wording proves problematic. Finally, one additional concern was that it was not and it was raised and also addressed by petitioners in response. Will passage of this bylaw give Brookline's immigrant population a false sense of security? Concerns were raised about whether our immigrant residents might let their guard down and expect the bylaw to provide them with more protections than it actually does. Because essentially, the mechanism for enforcing it is ultimately to have violations occur, for those violations to be documented by town employees, reported to the town administrator, and then Brookline will go to court and try to seek injunctive relief. But it's a process that's not going to help immigrants who are in the process of being picked up by ICE and removed from Brookline. But we were assured by the petitioners that the organizations and individuals who are providing guidance and support to Brookline's immigrant population would continue to urge them to take all the necessary precautions. And finally, one of the key questions that we still need to address is this bylaw really needed at this time? Or is the proclamation that currently exists enough to get an injunction should we need to go to court to get one? This is one of the rationales that petitioners have used for the importance of implementing this bylaw as soon as possible. But the prohibitions in the proclamation are virtually the same as those in the proposed bylaw. And according to Associate Town Counsel Susan Harris, for all practical purposes, there is not a significant difference between the two concerning the likelihood of the town getting an injunction for violation of its provisions. As she stated in an email to us, regarding the question of enforcement, in general, ordinances and bylaws carry more weight than executive orders and proclamations. But as a practical matter, we do not think there would be a distinction in the town's ability to enforce these terms in court. The town may seek injunctive relief either under the proclamation or the proposed bylaw. We could point to either the proclamation or the bylaw as evidence in support of the town's request for an injunction to cease prohibited federal use of town property for immigration enforcement purposes. So certainly the existence of the proclamation means at least that there is less urgency in getting the bylaw passed at this time, and supports the benefits of referring the subject matter of warrant Article 17 to a select board study committee to craft a better bylaw in time for next fall's town meeting, particularly one that could also better withstand the Attorney General's scrutiny. We would most likely be the test case if this were passed at town meeting. To date, the Attorney General has not ruled on any, no bylaws have been presented to him. Plymouth recently passed a bylaw on April 11th, but it does not address the specific issue that this bylaw does. I just looked at it today and there is no language that reflects this particular bylaw, so that should it pass town meeting, this would most likely be the test case that the Attorney General would rule on, and which would impact not only other bylaws, but might even call into question proclamations and executive orders by other municipalities. So it's really important that the wording of this is done in a careful and considered way. As a result of these considerations, the subcommittee considered two possibilities. We first discussed the possibility of making warrant Article 17 into a resolution. We thought that we could create some language reaffirming support for the select board's proclamation and combine it with some of the provisions of warrant Article 25. But the petitioner stated that they plan to move warrant to Article 17 regardless. And we felt that it was not necessarily a good strategy. So our attention turned to the drafting of a motion to refer. Initially, the proposed draft that was presented to us by Marty Rosenthal was a motion to refer both warrant Articles 17 and 25 to the study committee. But we decided that it would make sense to recommend it separately for each article, because you don't know how town meeting would vote, and to have as a backup proposal one that would combine the two. But in reality, should town meeting pass both motions to refer, the select board would be able to most likely assign the task of studying the subject matter of 17 and 25 to the same study committee. The subcommittee, however, made a number of amendments to the initial proposed motion to refer, which Mr. Rosenthal accepted. And since this is something that Jocelyn did not discuss, I think you might be interested in hearing what we added to the motion to refer. We wanted to add words that expressly reaffirm the select board's proclamation. We felt it was important to do so because it would be a statement that not only does the executive branch of Brookline support these provisions, but that the broad legislative body of Brookline did so as well. And we thought that this would be an opportunity to state that in as quickly as possible. Secondly, we added language that would require a report back to the select board as soon as practicable, but no later than September 1st, 2026, because we believe, like the petitioners, there's an urgency to getting this done, and most importantly, to studying the complexities. I think our thinking at this time is that the result will be a bylaw, but a lot depends on what the study of the legal complexities might reveal. There might be other options that would also want to be considered. So we really thought that the establishment of a study committee would make a significant improvement in the drafting of what could be a very significant bylaw, with a lot riding on it, not only for Brookline, but for other communities that would like to do similar bylaws. So what our subcommittee recommended was a vote of favorable action on the motion to refer warrant Article 17, but unlike with warrant Article 25, although our subcommittee suggested a couple of minor additional amendments to the then current petitioner's version of warrant Article 17, we opted to vote no action on that one because it had too many of the significant problems that could only be cured by having a study committee analyze the language and improve upon it. And that's the end of our report.
Thank you. Marty, you don't have to keep raising your hand, by the way. We will get to you when the time comes. Chi-Chi Wu, did you have anything to add as petitioner?
Yes, thank you, Dennis, and thank you, Susan, for your report. As you can tell from Susan's report and the history of this warrant article, it has gone through a number of revisions, both from Select Board and from the AC Subcommittee. Very much appreciate the time of both Select Board and the AC Subcommittee in helping us improve upon the warrant article. I do think we've gotten to a place where the petitioners are satisfied with the version that the Select Board voted favorable action on 4-0 to 1. And that is probably the version that we will be going with. but, you know, certainly appreciate, you know, we've made some changes in response to Susan and other folks on the subcommittee. Some of those changes were in response to concerns raised by the police department, Chief Pastor and Superintendent Campbell. We have made absolutely crystal clear that violations of this bylaw would be civil in nature only, that the procedure for the enforcement involves going to the town administrator and reporting to the town administrator, that it's civil, that it's not enforceable by 10.1, which has the criminal penalties in it. I'm not sure how we get any clearer that we are not expecting police officers to be arresting ICE agents or interfering with ICE actions. I'm hoping that an individual police officer would be able to read this bylaw and realize that there's no expectation that they are arresting or otherwise physically interfering with an ICE enforcement action. With respect to the enforceability of a bylaw versus a proclamation, I would, maybe reread what Associate Town Council Susan Harris emailed. Susan did read it, but I would emphasize the part about regarding the question of enforcement. In general, ordinances and bylaws carry more weight than executive orders and proclamations. Now, she did say as a practical matter, they didn't think there would be a distinction in the town's ability to enforce these terms in court. But myself being a lawyer, I know that a law passed by a legislative body certainly has more binding effect than an executive order or proclamation coming from the executive. And certainly, if we were in a situation where, ICE was going into one of our schools and snatching kids, I would much rather be asking a court for an injunction for violation of a bylaw rather than a proclamation, so that there'd be absolutely no doubt and question about its binding effect. And in fact, as Susan quoted Chief Pastor saying that the proclamation was aspirational in nature. And certainly we want something more binding than aspirational. Frankly, as a town meeting member, I also want the ability to make a statement and, say that we do not want ICE enforcement occurring in our schools, our libraries, or the police station. And we are not alone in that. Obviously, in addition to the many cities that have executive orders, the state of Maine is about to pass a state law of a similar nature. New York City has instituted an executive order. So at some point, this is going to be challenged legally. And the fact that we might be the first, I don't think that is any reason not to take this action and not to be the jurisdiction that at first is tested, because at some point it's going to be tested. And I think we have written a bylaw that after much iteration and contemplation is in a good place. I would also say the idea that this Attorney General, who she has made very strong statements opposed to the activity of ICE, I would be skeptical of the idea that Attorney General Andrea Campbell would be the one to nullify all these executive orders and proclamations about keeping ICE out of municipal property. And so, I would urge the advisory committee, like the select board, to vote favorable action on Article 17 and no action on the motion to refer. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to try to be brief, although this is a very, very complicated hornet's nest of issues, and I'm not going to be able to explain most of them. And if anyone wants a question about any of them, I hope they'll ask them tonight. But again, I'm really trying to help on this, help what the petitioners are trying to do. And I feel like the reverse side of the coin of with friends like these, who needs enemies? I mean, I am not their enemy on this. I'm trying to help them. My first reaction to the proclamation that night, in February 10, and I was just there for another reason, to watch the Chestnut Hill proposal, And then I see this on the agenda and I look at the packet and I see this proclamation. My first reaction was, great, Brookline's doing this. I've heard about other communities doing it. Wonderful. ICE is a terrible agency, and the cops, they're not even cops in my view. I call them stormtroopers. But so that was my first reaction. And then I get to whereas, I think number 1, where it refers to the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And I said to myself, gee, that's kind of it's a real euphemism. I'd call them at least killings and probably homicides. But anyway, then I started to think about the rest of it. And I said to myself, what is the meaning of a proclamation? I've been on bylaw committees for Brookline. I've been writing general orders for Brookline, at least drafting them, and they go to the police commissioners, which I once was. And I didn't see anything binding in this. And then I found out that it wasn't even circulated to the police department. And that's when I started looking into the things elsewhere. And I started looking at that Vera Institute article, which is in your packet. I think it's around page 37. I might have screwed up the page numbers. I just got the packet today. But if you look at page 6 of that, it has a whole half a page or more about these articles all across the country they were called elsewhere ice-free zones. And they're under litigation right now. I checked last week to see if any of them have been resolved yet. They haven't yet. This is a pretty new thing. The article was just in March, and from March to now, I don't think any of the legal issues have been resolved. But that article only talks about the federal issues, which is a competition between what's called the anti-commandeering constitutional provision. I think it's Article 10, that rights not given to the federal government are reserved to the states. If I'm not mistaken, that's the link. But anyway, it's called anti-commandeering versus federal sovereignty rights that the state cannot intrude or impede on federal rights. And that's the competition that's going on nationally and is being studied nationally. Now, the sanctuary laws have generally been approved that a state doesn't have to assist ICE, but these go much further. And these run into the issue of impeding or obstructing ICE. So those issues are very complicated. And I thought respectfully that the town council memorandum, which is, I think, towards the end of your packet, maybe somewhere around page 63, basically in 2 sentences said that these provisions are constitutional. And I don't know if they've since looked at this Vera article or any of the case law, but it's not that simple. And one of the reasons that they said that was that it's similar to the governor's executive order 650, which is in your packet. And I think that will also raise some of the constitutional issues, but ours, the bylaw here and the proclamation even, were much broader than the governor's executive order, because that just talked about municipal buildings and facilities. Ours talks about municipal property, which includes the police station, for instance. So the last thing on this, before I get to some state law issues, which I'm only going to tick off, is that it came up at I think one of the last 2 hearings, either the subcommittee or the select board committee, that Superintendent Campbell mentioned that on one occasion, ICE officials met with the chief at the police station. I look at this and see this is a violation of this bylaw. They're using the police station, which is explicitly in the bylaw, to discuss ICE enforcement. Why? That's a violation. And by the way, this is a misdemeanor, no matter how it's dressed up as in terms of civil enforcement. You can't take it out of 10.1, because 10.1, which says every bylaw is a violation is a misdemeanor, that's based on state law. That's not a Brookline imagination bylaw. It's state law that every bylaw violation is a misdemeanor, and that means the police have to enforce it in some fashion. And no matter how you say that it's going to be enforced civilly, which a lot of misdemeanors can be enforced civilly, almost all of them by another state law and by our bylaw number 10.3, 10.2 or 3, I forget which, that allows enforcement. But saying they're enforceable civilly still makes them a crime. And that gets me to my next set of issues, is the criminal law issues. Criminal laws have to be very specific. And there's a concept of due process of law. And one of the requirements of due process of law is that criminal laws cannot be vague. That's called void for vagueness. And vague laws have two main vices. And I didn't mean to do an illiterate, well, whatever. Anyway, the point is that
Marty, just hurry up, please.
Yeah, the two main problems with vague laws are the public doesn't have notice of what's going to be a crime, and the police don't have notice of how to enforce it. So that question of the ICE meeting with the police chief in the police station raises that issue. And that's why I think the Attorney General, there's two other reasons. There's a state law forbidding trespass on state and municipal property, but it's very limited. I think there'll be a preemption issue for this. And I don't think that the Attorney General's political take on this will have any impact on their division that looks at bylaw violations. So my biggest concern on this is going to be that by passing this bylaw and going to the Attorney General, I think the odds are very good that it will get scrutinized very carefully and will be tossed out as being unconstitutional, both federally and also under state law, criminal law issues. And that's going to undo all the executive orders. There are 6 of them, to my knowledge, in cities, and there's one, I think, by the state, by the Attorney General. And I think there's a risk that Brookline's going to get egg in its face for having them all overturned. So what I'm asking for is to study these issues, look especially for general orders, not necessarily bylaws, as Susan mentioned, but it's not in the referral motion, but try to get things that our police department can do to help the immigrant population that's being terrorized by ICE, and not take a chance on this thing being thrown out by the Attorney General, and also throwing out 7 other executive orders that I'm aware of. And I think if I could just check my notes for 1 second, I think that's the gist of my, the last point is this, very quickly, is that no matter what we do with a bylaw or proclamation, general orders, the bottom line is going to be that ICE won't care. They don't care about breaking homicide laws, kidnapping laws, about detaining people, and 60 people have been killed in ICE detention, to my knowledge. So the main thing here is to make a statement on the part of Brookline. That's why the proclamation was a good thing. And I had in my original referral motion that the proclamation remain in effect, and the subcommittee made that a little clearer. So I think that's the way to go. Keep the proclamation in effect, study it, come up with something better by September, and not wait for Attorney General review, which might throw out all the executive orders. Thanks.
Thank you. Chief Pastor, do you have anything to add?
I think it's just to recap a small portion of what Marty was alluding to, in that, you know, I understand again the concessions and the amendments that were made by the petitioners, but I do want to highlight that there's a mass general law that, you know, it comes back to the enforcement being on my officers, where any willful violation of a town bylaw is an arrestable offense. So there's nothing that we can write should make this a town bylaw, even if the intention for it is to be civil, and I do believe that that's the true intent. You know, we're still stuck. We can't change the mass general law on that, and making it, it still becomes arrestable for the misdemeanor offense. And I think Marty took care of the rest.
Great, thank you. Harry, do you want to go to the queue if there is any?
The queue is open. There is nobody who has signed up as of right now. We have one comment from Neil Gott.
Yeah, I'm happy to fix the empty queue.
Don't feel obligated.
No, sooner or later, I'd be there anyway. I want to go back to a comment made by Andy Vargas. And this was in announcing the passage of the bill at the House. And this is quote, "This bill does not exist to make a political point. It exists to ensure that our courts function, that our officers preserve trust in our communities, and that the constitutional promise of due process is kept, not for some, but for all who live within this Commonwealth." What I've seen as we've taken this particular warrant article and proposal for a bylaw through the process is that as there have been objections raised as to what properties, what streets, what parking, what roads, what misdemeanor, that the accommodations in response to those points have made this particular proposal weaker and weaker and weaker. ICE is comprised of a bunch of rogue thugs, and I'm trying to find where in the bylaw that we say otherwise, that a violation isn't a crime. It's like double parking or an overstay on a parking meter. And, ICE is bad guys. And we could say anything we want and be tough in a resolution, but yet we have this, in effect, aspirational bylaw that isn't enforceable. We don't expect it to be enforced. It can't be enforced in real time. It only gives false hope to someone who thinks that Brookline is taking a stand that's going to protect them. Go to the town administrator, log it. Go to the courthouse. ICE is gone, and they're going to be gone with whoever they came looking for in a classroom. This just doesn't do what it's intended to do. And as I said, every accommodation seems to make it weaker and weaker and weaker. And I appreciate the accommodations, but at some point, what is it, right? What is it? And I can't find where it's going to have any practical impact at all. And the impractical impact, as Marty Rosenthal suggests, might be that the AG's office just looks at it and we lose the proclamations in full, right? Which may or may not have legal impact, but it surely would send a god-awful message.
Dennis, the only comments remaining are from two of the petitioners. There do not appear to be comments from non-petitioners or advisory committee members who are non-petitioners.
All right, so let's go to the final word from the petitioners, then go to our votes.
Gigi, why don't you go first?
Sure. Thank you, Harry. I wanted to address the idea that this bylaw is too weak because we have made violation a civil offense only. I practice in the area of consumer protection, where 99% of the laws are civil only. The entire structure of protecting consumers from, predatory lenders and debt collectors is civil. Those laws are effective. They do protect people, even though they are civil. And often the enforcement mechanism is to go to court and get an injunction. And the injunction may simply say, don't violate the law again, but that's how civil enforcement works. And there are entire agencies that operate like that. Also, the idea that this would only rest with the police department because any violation of the bylaws is a violation, is a misdemeanor under state law. The Brookline bylaws cover all sorts of issues and have all sorts of prohibitions. And, I can't imagine that we enforce all of them via misdemeanor. I mean, signage, sustainable bags, leaf blower control, stormwater management. Certainly there's this thing called prosecutorial and enforcement discretion. We don't enforce those laws, even though technically they could be a misdemeanor. They are enforced civilly. And so that is how this bylaw would be enforced civilly. So I just wanted to address that.
Thank you. Alec Lebovitz?
Thanks, Harry. And I'll be brief here. Just 3 quick points I wanted to make. One is, on the notion that this doesn't solve the full problem. I agree. And I have honestly yet to find a warrant article that's ever solved a full problem. These problems are complex, they're multifaceted. And I think to the point that the proponents of the referral motion have made, I see no reason why we can't adopt this bylaw now and continue to study alternative strategies we might consider in the future. Those things are not mutually exclusive, and I look forward to working with everyone who's interested in evaluating what other options are available to us in the future. That's not a reason, I think, to oppose this bylaw now. Simply put, what this seeks to do is provide clarity and guidance to all town employees, because all town employees right now are at risk of running into a situation where, in the service of their job, in a town facility, a library, town hall, one of our public schools, that ICE may show up. Right now, unless you are a police officer, which has been given some guidance through the proclamation, our other town employees have essentially little or no direction as to what they're expected to do, what they're not expected to do, and that's an area of serious concern. I think that's one of the key aspects of this bylaw that's very important and hasn't been discussed at length tonight. I do want to also speak a little to the notion about a test case and the false sense of security, and, well, are we jeopardizing these other executive orders in Brookline and the other communities? One thing that I think is important to underscore here is we do not know if these executive orders, if Brookline's proclamation is legal. We don't know if it's enforceable, period. And this is symbolic, yes, but there are real stakes here too. And from my perspective, given the fact that we have these untested proclamations, which we've heard some call into legal question this evening, right now, I would argue you might see a false sense of security being created among residents in these communities, because they've been told this proclamation's been put in place. Public municipal facilities are safe. They're protected areas where, at the very least, even if we don't stop the action as happening, we will seek legal recourse afterwards. If this is illegal, if this is unconstitutional, if the Attorney General doesn't believe this is enforceable, that's something we need to know. And it's something I think we need to know sooner rather than later, because if this proclamation is a fig leaf, then we need to rapidly start figuring out what our legal and enforceable options are. And I think that's where the value of the test case comes in. We simply don't know where the actual line is for what is legal under both the state and federal constitution. It is a gray area. It's an evolving area of law, as we've heard this evening. And the idea that we would just have these untested and potentially unenforceable proclamations as our lifeline for residents who are subject potentially to immigration enforcement, I think we can do better. And this bylaw will give us an opportunity for legal certainty from the state side about whether this is a feasible position for us to take, whether the other communities that have followed suit, whether they need to modulate. We need to know that. And that, I think, also is value to passing this now, even if we do want to study other potential policy options in the future. And finally, I would just close by saying, we've worked hard with all the stakeholders here. And again, my appreciation to them, Chief Pastor, her team in particular, who've been really active here. I think the final product is improved from where we started. Would I like it if we could take a more aggressive tack legally? Of course. Do I think it's important that we start from a position where we have something that can be enforced, where we have something we feel confident will be approved? Yes. That's what this version of Warrant Article 17 is, we believe. And I believe that's why the Select Board, the police commissioners, are supporting this version. So I'll just close by encouraging this committee to consider favorable action on 17 as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty Rosenthal.
Thanks. So just a couple of things that have just been alluded to. The every bylaw is reviewed by the Attorney General, whether it's a analogous to a crime or it isn't. This one is very analogous to the crime of what's called trespassing, which is being on a property that you've been given notice you're not supposed to be on. And that raises the federal issues about ICE officers going onto municipal property like the police station. So what Chi-Chi is talking about, that we've made this a civil offense, there is no such thing as a civil offense. They've put in a provision for civil enforcement, which many criminal laws have optional civil enforcement, but that doesn't decriminalize them as criminal laws. I mean, that's what happened to the marijuana laws. They got decriminalized, but this one doesn't decriminalize trespassing or decriminalize the bylaw. It's a criminal bylaw and it's going to be construed strictly by the Attorney General's office. What Alec just said about false hopes, he was the one who once said that people are counting on this at a meeting, and I asked Jessica Kiko if that's true, and I think she admitted, I don't think she's here tonight. She's the one that really knows this stuff. I know criminal law and constitutional law, but she knows immigration stuff. And I think she admitted that nobody's being told they could count on the proclamation. So what I'm worried about is getting the executive orders, which are not reviewed by the Attorney General, that they'll all get thrown out and we're going to be stuck with the worst case scenario, which is ICE is going to do whatever they want to do no matter what happens. But if everything gets thrown out, the statements that have been made are going to be invalidated. And those were good statements. I'm glad what happened February 10th. And I think that should stay in place and should get made into general orders that are more binding and don't get reviewed by the Attorney General's office. Thanks.
Thank you. Dennis Dassas.
All right. Susan, you want to make the subcommittee referral motion?
Yes, the motion before us is we move to refer the subject matter of warrant Article 17 to a select board study committee. You want me to read the whole thing or just?
No, I definitely do not.
Okay. That's the motion.
So we're going to vote whether to recommend referral of warrant Article 17. And I am going to share my screen. I'm going to go to Michael, who is not answering. Harry Forrest.
Yes.
Cliff.
Yes.
Elise.
No.
Harry Friedman.
Yes.
David Mark.
Yes.
Neil.
Yes.
Susan.
Yes.
Harry.
Yes.
Kelly.
Yes.
Elisa. I don't hear Elisa. Janice.
Yes.
Brian.
No.
Alec.
No.
Carol.
Yes.
Pam.
Yes.
Jocelyn.
Yes.
Donnell.
No.
Linda.
Yes.
Fran.
Yes.
David.
Yes.
Carlos.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Christine.
Yes.
Michael. No, Michael.
Yes.
You're yes. Okay. Elisa.
Elisa appears to have dropped out.
Okay. 19 in favor, 4 opposed, no abstentions. We're recommending referral under warrant Article 17. The subcommittee would like a contingent recommendation, I believe.
Yes. And shall I word it positively or negatively?
Might as well just go ahead. We can do the same thing we did last time. Just say
favorable. well, favorable action on the petition, on warrant Article 17 as amended by petitioners.
Okay. All right. Let's get a second for that.
I'll second, but it still says referral motion in the wording.
Sorry. I said it says if referral motion fails, favorable action on a
Yes.
petitioner's amended motion.
Okay, that's what.
Michael.
Come back to me, please.
All right. Harry B.
Yes.
All right. I just want to make sure that I wrote this language correct. So we are voting in favor of the petitioner's motion if the referral fails. Cliff,
No.
Elise,
Yes.
Harry F,
No.
David Mark,
No.
Neil,
No.
Susan,
No.
Perry,
Yes.
Kelly,
Come back to me.
Janice,
No.
Brian,
Yes.
Alec,
Abstain.
Carol,
No.
Pam,
No.
Jocelyn,
No.
Donnell,
Yes.
Linda,
No.
Fran,
No.
David,
Yes.
Carlos,
No.
Lee,
No.
Christine,
No.
Michael.
No.
Did I skip anybody else? Perry. Kelly.
Yes.
All right. So in the event that our referral motion fails, our recommendation is for no action by a vote of 17 yeses, 15 noes, and 1 abstention.
Can you say
All
that
right.
again?
Wait, isn't it, if it's no action, then isn't that 15?
I was just saying there were 7 yes votes, 15 no votes, which turns
Oh.
into a no action recommendation.
Sorry, I thought you said 17, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant to say 7. If I did say 17, then I clearly am tired. Thank you. All right, so thank you to the petitioners. Thank you to the subcommittee. Thank you to Chief Pastor and Fire Chief, if he's still here. I think we can move on now to special town meeting 1. There's a couple of warrant articles. There's going to be a report from the subcommittee, and as you got in your in email, there's going to be an opportunity for, because the vote on at least some of the motions that were considered was very evenly split. There's going to be an opportunity for the members of the subcommittee to all speak individually if they so choose. Linda, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I just want to register my protest that we're taking this up at this hour after 2.5 hours of a very intense discussion. I know there's not a lot anybody can do about timing, but I just don't think we're going to be able to give it justice. And I know that I'm not at my best right now, and I just find it very unfortunate that we're doing it this way.
Right, Carlos?
Ditto.
I don't disagree with that either.
Neither do I. It's incredible. It's a complicated story and it's going to go on forever.
Yes, it will.
Just out of curiosity, and I'll let Carla weigh in because she's been managing our schedule. When would you propose we take it up?
I was going to say the schedule's been managing me. I guess it would have to be at your special Wednesday meeting. on the, is it the 6th?
It's the
Harry?
6th,
Day after election, yes.
the
Yeah.
6th, but we're
No, the
we're trying
7th,
to
right?
wrap up the budget on
Right.
that night.
And
The only other date I would see would be Tuesday, May 12th. And that's after the combined reports have been mailed.
well, technically, I think it would be hard to get something, and even if you were to meet on the 6th, I think it would be hard to get something ready for the deadline for the combined reports the next day. So whether you meet on the 6th or the 12th, I think you're looking at the supplemental mailing.
But Dennis, do you know when, since this is a special meeting, town meeting, do you know when in the town meeting it's gonna be?
I don't know when in the town meeting is going to be, but I
I-
know that the moderator is optimistic that the town meeting will not be long.
I believe the moderator plans on spending, on getting through the budget article, Article 8, early on, and I suspect that special town meeting would be called after Article 8 is put to bed. At least the last time I talked to him about this, which was a couple of weeks ago.
So it could be the second night of town meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, we can always, there's always the opportunity for someone to make a motion to table, and I'll accept that. But if the motion to table fails, we're gonna discuss tonight.
I think we can do hard things and we
I'll-
can discuss this tonight. We're grown-ups. We can do this.
Just go ahead, Harry.
Well, I'm gonna move to table.
I'm gonna second.
Second.
All right. Well, let's take that vote and then we'll see how it plays out. The logical date, though, I think, is not to try to wedge it in with our budget discussion, because we could end up having exactly the same problem. The budget discussion could be relatively straightforward, but it has the potential to not be. In which case I would hate to be rushed and put back in the same position again.
Dennis, can I just ask you one thing? If the 6th would be the budget, and if the override passes, I think that it would be straightforward. But if the override doesn't pass, I can imagine that we wouldn't even be ready on the 6th to conclude it.
Isn't it the opposite? We've just approved all the non-override budgets.
Yeah, I think that we have not approved. I mean, so we have approved the override. We have not approved the override budgets, but we have not found significant objection to the override budget, with the exception of the CIP item that Jocelyn had raised at our last meeting, and the condition of appropriation that Neil has proposed, and the possibility of budget amendment that Harry has talked about. In the event that the override fails, we were left with a discussion, and we were in mid-discussion when we tabled the other night, of how we would allocate funds, the remaining funds. So I think if the override passes, it's not a very complicated discussion, but there will be some substantive discussion of Neil's amendment. But if the
Dennis?
override, yes?
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just had one thought. What happens if you put it both on the agenda for the 6th?
Oh, we can do that, and that's not
And
a
if you
problem.
can't, and then if for whatever reason you can't get to the special town meeting articles, you push those off to the 12th.
Right. That's a matter for our notice for Lisa, and I think it makes sense for us to have noticed a number of these things for as many meetings as possible in the off chance. All right, we're going to take up the motion to table. There can be debate
have-
on the motion to table, which will include Elisa's comments and David Mark's comments. I'm not going to take the vote until we finish our discussion, but I want to make sure that that's what we are debating now, is whether we are going to table.
So, Elise,
Yes.
do you wish to make a comment other than what you've put in the chat, or including what you've put in the chat on whether or not to table?
Well, I mean, I do think as a leadership body, we should be cognizant, certainly, and considerate of our town employees and town staff. And we have had town staff present here for this conversation for quite some time. And to dismiss the conversation without any in advance notice feels a little last minute and unfair. So that's my personal opinion, just sharing
Thank
that.
you. David Mark?
Thank you. Just regarding the incredible complexity of these warrant articles, is the deadline for the combined reports for the special town meeting the same as the deadline for the combined reports for the regular town meeting?
We only have 2 mailings, generally speaking. So it's not, so
We could ask the
the,
moderator to delay the hearing of the special town meeting till later in the annual town meeting, and then we'd have a little more time to get a report into the special town meeting combined reports, maybe. That's all.
I mean, I don't think. So I think there's the report, and then there's the actual mailing associated with it and the cost associated with that mailing. So I think that if we're not going to have this debated tonight, we are assuming that and concluded tonight, I'm assuming that we would have our report available for the supplemental mailing. And there is always the possibility that we don't have something in the mailing. There have been times in the past that we have produced and handed out reports at town meeting. That would not be good in this case. I will also note that Meredith Mooney is not available on May 6th, so that would imply the later of the dates that Carla recommended. I will also note that if we spend an hour debating whether or not to table and we turn out we don't table, that was time we could have been spent discussing these articles. So I think we should at least get through all of the arguments pro and con as quickly as possible so we can decide whether we can talk about something substantive.
Ryan Ladd.
Thanks. I mean, I'm a newcomer here. I'm just kind of puzzled that, yes, this came up perhaps a little later than people expected, but it seems to me these things are normal. We came to this item at 9:15, well over 2 hours earlier than we adjourned the other night. So I'm kind of puzzled that we're talking about not even starting it.
Thank you. David Pollock.
Well, partly I just wanted to convey that Michael Rubenstein's not available on the latter date of May 12th. But I do want to also note, in addition to the fact that it's late for me too, but that I think that if we do finish this tonight, Dennis and I can work together to get a report into the combined reports. All of the other boards have already dealt with this that are going to be making recommendations. And to the extent that part of what may come up tonight is advisory committee having a recommendation that varies from what all the other boards have done, I think that increases the value of being timely with that. And because if we decide to kind of do something different than what's being moved by the select board and what's consistent with the recommendations of all the other boards, whatever that different thing is would actually have to be drafted. And I don't know how that would happen in a timely way.
Thank you. Carol Levin.
Yeah, I mean, we've already have experience with when we do this. The other night when we were doing the building department budget, Charlie Simmons and Dan Bennett sat here for 3.5 hours, and there was zero discussion of substance on the second largest town budget because everyone was tired and couldn't pay attention. So I think that answers their question for us. No, Elise, even though we'd like to be able to rise to the occasion, the proof is that we've failed in the past to rise to even simple things once people are tired.
Thank you. Carlos Ridway.
Thank you, Harry. Yes, I have to agree with Carol. I mean, actually, I think we realized the meeting after that we voted something that we had to unvote or will have to unvote. But I just wanted to highlight three things. One of them is that this is a zoning article. Zoning articles, just by nature, are difficult to understand. There are many different levels, and unintended consequences, everything about them. Second of all, this is the result of a committee that has worked for 2 years, and the committee wasn't actually it wasn't. I'm so tired, I can't even think of the word. They didn't agree necessarily to present what is being presented. So it's not like there's a unanimous, and that's the word I was looking for, a unanimous agreement within the committee that worked for 2 years. But most importantly, there was no unanimous vote or even agreement on the subcommittee that spent 2 meetings doing this. So the recommendation that we have, as David mentioned in his email today, which, by the way, we just got today, right? A couple hours ago. So you would have to have read that in time. But the recommendation that David mentioned was that there's no recommendation because the subcommittee was divided equally. So we are not in the same place as we would have been with other typical zoning articles where we are here and we just say, this is what the subcommittee recommended, let's go with it. We actually have no recommendation for the subcommittee. So I want to make that clear on Article 1. So I just think if we take another day, it would be actually more fair for the staff because we would be able to have looked at the paperwork. And by we, I mean all of us, have been able to read over the report that David sent. And we wouldn't be tired as we were with the building committee review. I mean, the building department review the other day. Thank you.
Thank you. Perry Grossman's comment is in the chat. I support discussing tonight. I think the budget will still be challenging and we will be running out of time. Linda Olsen-Pelkey.
I'm going to say ditto everything Carlos said, especially the point about giving members of the committee time to review the materials that were just sent today.
Thank you.
It is complex.
Thank you. Neil Gordon.
Yeah, thank you. It is complex. We don't have to finish tonight, but we surely should start tonight.
Thank you. Elise Couture-Stone has in the chat, but now we risk a discussion without staff being present. That feels irresponsible to me. David Mark asks if we can schedule this on Monday. The answer is no, for at least this coming Monday. We've missed the 2-day deadline. Michael Berger.
Yes, I'd like to second Neil's suggestion that we get started. I mean, this is going to be complex. So if we could have part of the discussion and presentation today, but not take a vote, I think that would be useful.
And Carol Levin's comment is it the rule we can't do election day or custom? It's the custom. So Dennis,
Should be
that's
a
it
rule.
on comments.
Great. We're going to take a vote on whether to table this article. If not, we will go on with our discussion, and perhaps
Dennis,
there
what
will be
else
an
is on
appetite later.
What else is on the agenda for tonight after this? There are
Nothing.
No, this is the last.
No,
item.
that,
Yes.
we have Medicare for all, but that should be a.
That
a
should take
2-minute
2 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Hang on 1 second. Table STM 1 and 2.
Yes, I think my vote will depend on whether or not there's a stopping hour. Can we agree to
Agree.
stop at another time?
Agree.
11.
10.
11:30, like the other night.
No way, no way.
Right.
I won't be here. I'm sorry.
I can't predict the stopping hour, Jocelyn.
Well, could I amend, could I amend the motion to table to say, we'll go as, we can proceed until say 11, if that's reasonable to people?
No.
No.
I think that would just be another, you can make a motion to table 45 minutes from now, Jocelyn.
Yeah.
Right.
Make another motion.
Yeah.
When you're
Okay,
done.
well, why don't we just have the staff do the presentation and then that'll be it. And then we can take it up with David starting the next time we talk about it.
If you
That
want,
seems logical to
honestly,
me.
I think I can make a quicker presentation.
But then we don't have a chance to
Take the
read.
vote.
I'm taking the vote. There's a motion on the floor to table this discussion probably for a week and a half. Michael,
No.
Harry B,
No.
Cliff,
No.
Elise,
No.
Harry F,
Yes.
David Mark,
One of the few times I'm gonna ask to come back to me.
Neil, Susan,
Um, no.
Perry,
No.
Kelly,
Abstain.
Janice,
I'm going to abstain.
Brian,
No.
Alec,
No.
Carol,
I'll abstain.
Jocelyn.
Yes.
Oops, that was Pam. Okay. Pam.
Yes.
All right. Donnell,
No.
Linda,
Yes.
Fran,
Out of respect for the people who worked on this a lot and are voiced their tiredness, I'll say yes.
David,
No.
Carlos,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Christine.
It doesn't matter, but I'll abstain.
And David Mark.
Yeah, I'll abstain too.
I'm sorry.
Because we're all too
I am
tired.
so sorry. You can't figure out what the fuck you're gonna do on whether or not to continue a discussion tonight or not.
No. We all just want to get a reaction out of you. That's the reason we abstained.
Yeah, well, you got it.
It worked. So we're going to continue. So David, why don't you start with a presentation, and we'll see how far we get tonight.
Can somebody give me sharing privileges?
Yes, that somebody would be me. Give me 1 second. Go ahead.
Okay, we're going to start with toe touches, just to brighten everybody up. The slides I'm sharing are a truncated remix of several presentations that have been developed by Economic Development Director Meredith Mooney and Select Board Member Michael Rubenstein. There are some places where there have been amendments that aren't reflected in the slides, but I just want to carry us all through an understanding of what's before us. So there's two articles in the warrant. STM article, Article 1 proposes a new zoning overlay district in the Chestnut Hill commercial area, about 28 acres along Boylston Street. And STM 2 is an authorization of the select board that they can enter into agreements with the landowner of the 5-acre Chestnut Hill Office Park, that's City Realty, for the redevelopment of those properties. And there are two agreements that have been drafted and have been circulated and are pretty much finalized, a memorandum of understanding and a tax certainty agreement that are, you know, the subject of those authorizations, but we're not voting on those agreements. We're just voting to authorize the select board around those agreements. The subcommittee met 3 times. We met on Monday of this week, and we took several votes that all were split 3-3 with the same voters on whether to recommend the zoning. We did then take a vote on whether to ask advisory to recommend favorable action on the authorization around the City Realty redevelopment, and that vote was 4 in favor and 2 abstentions. Article 1, as well as the memorandum of agreement, has been carefully scrutinized and strengthened since it was printed in the warrant. Notably, Janice Kahn and Dick Benka have done a lot of effort, made a lot of effort to improve those documents. The current version that was voted last night by the select board is before us of the Article 1, that's version 9. The moderator has reviewed all the amendments and thinks they're all in scope. The vision for this area is of a vibrant, dense, walkable, mixed-use neighborhood with high tax generating commercial uses. The objective is written here to provide a clear and predictable zoning framework that supports economic development, encourages mixed-use redevelopment, improves the public realm, and ensures that future development is carefully reviewed through the town's existing design review and special permit processes. This is very important. This is an overlay. The underlying zoning in each of the different parts is still there and can still be built under. But if anybody wants to build under the overlay, they must have a special permit, and they have to go through this design review process, every project. This study and this effort or this intention date all the way back to the 2005 comp plan. It's been a 2-year process where there was a community advisory group formed by, I got a call from Meredith Mooney, Carlos got a call, Carla got a call. Many people here tonight were members of this community advisory group that met 21 times. And then about some ways into the process, EDAB was actually also called in to advise, and they formed an ad hoc subcommittee of very skilled people with development understanding that did a whole lot of work to continue the process. The RKG was engaged several times throughout the process and did a lot of consulting. And then towards the end of the process, Sasaki was brought in to also consult and developed the design guidelines that were last week or the week before maybe adopted by the planning board pursuant to that vote dependent on town meeting passing of the zoning. There were there were a lot of issues that were of concern to the neighborhood, to the community at large, and the key ones were to have ground floor retail that really met the neighborhood needs, to create a quality pedestrian experience, including through connections, open spaces, green landscape, tree canopy, to preserve the character and quiet of Heath Street, to limit height and density while still supporting economic viability, and to enhance multimodal safety and, very important, manage traffic impacts. There's broad agreement that the district needs and deserves rezoning and improvement. And so the zoning, Article 1, has a set of sub-districts. In the yellow and orange is the highest density zone. 4.0 refers to floor area ratio. And so that has a west zone in the yellow, and that's where the City Realty property is, the former office park, Chestnut Hill Office Park. And then the orange is the east. Then the smaller red zone is also commercial, and that's commercial zoned for an FAR of 3.0. And then neighborhood mixed use is the purple, and transit-oriented mixed use is the triangle where the CVS and the Shaw's parking are, as well as 4 small homes across the street. The key strategies of the overlay are to require a minimum commercial requirement, ground floor commercial, and to allow mixed use. The 4 zoning sub-districts also have a range of setbacks and stepbacks. So the 4.0 district has step downs or step backs to 88 from 150 feet to well, this should say 125 to 175. This is one of those slides that didn't get updated. But is steps down for 170-foot width on the western end along Tully Street and along Holly Street. And then these other districts, the 3.0 only has an 88-foot maximum. And then there's bonus height from 50 up to 75 feet in the neighborhood, and 88 and 75 feet in the transit-oriented. The step backs are illustrated in these 3-dimensional models that show the outside of the building envelope. No one could ever build a building these sizes. Those are just the maximum corners of what can be built. And this is from the Boylston Street side. There are setbacks, and those setbacks were recently amended to be larger. In the lower left-hand corner, this setback on that little piece was increased from 25 to 40 feet along the northern border here. That was increased from 5 feet to 20 feet. And then on the eastern edge, it was increased from 10 feet to 20 feet. And at least some of these can be reduced by special permit, which is what that note there says.
Could you go back to that one slide for 1 second? Thank you.
There are other detailed zoning requirements for, bicycle parking and open space and tree canopy and quite a few other things, infrastructure payments. The special permit requirement and the 78-page design guidelines document that I referenced earlier include a lot of detail and differentiated detail for each of the sub-districts. And these illustrations were done by Sasaki and are part of the design guidelines that both guide developers and the planning board in enforcing the design guidelines. So just flip through these illustrations of the neighborhood mixed use, the transit-oriented mixed use, which is allowable 7 stories and then 6 stories in the northeast corner.
Is that the last one? Is that where the CVS is?
Yeah, this is the coffee corner is the former CVS or future former CVS, exactly. I mean, that's where we're looking across Hammond, with Hammond on the right, Boylston on the left, looking northwest.
Thank you.
Towards Shaw's. Illustrations of what might be built along Boylston in the 3.0 district, and again along Boylston in the 4.0 district. And then this is what could be built in terms of massing allowances and really just how big it could be in the 4.0 from the Heath Street side. The minimum commercial requirement of 51% effective gross floor area is the threshold for utilizing the overlay at all in the 3.0 and 4.0 commercial districts. You can't do the overlay with a project less than 51%. It's not available at all, less than 51% commercial. But it's effective commercial gross floor area because certain commercial uses like hotel or small retail get a boost in their square footage calculation of 1.5, and other uses like medical office or larger retail get a boost of 1.25, meaning that you don't, to reach the 51% of your actual square footage doesn't need to be commercial, just your effective, according to this calculation. And that's basically tagged to the fact that a hotel use is going to give at least 1.5 times more tax revenue to the town than certain other commercial uses. Ground floor commercial is required everywhere that's shown in red along Boylston Street and Hammond and at the corners. And then it's also required in the yellow on the major side streets and Sheaf Street, but that can be waived by if it's not viable. So that can be waived, and then it's not required along Heath Street. So this is basically what is required to use the overlay in each of the zones. You have to have the minimum commercial in the CHC 4 and 3. There's ground floor required in all districts, but it can be it's eligible to be waived. And then the height bonus is allowable. There's a height bonus only allowable in the 4.0 district at 2 through amendment that Janice Kahn brought forward. We'll get into that a little bit more later, but if you increase the commercial square footage, the height can grow up to 175 feet from 125 feet, or 14 stories from 10 stories. And then in the neighborhood multi-use, it can bump from 4 stories, 50 feet, to 6 stories, 75 feet, if it's 50% or more on-site affordable units, or if it's a hotel. So it's a different requirement for the height bonus in those 2 districts, and there are no height bonuses in the transit-oriented or the CHC 3. I just want to share this slide because it tells you a little bit about the players and who else might come forward with a major project. So the yellow is who we're talking, who the memorandum of agreement is. That's City Realty. The red is the growth companies. They've also been participating in the planning process. And the dark green is the Salvatore Capital, and they've sent a letter of support for the zoning, the rezoning. And then this is the Shaw's parking lot and WS Development, which is the street. The City Realty project as proposed is made up of buildings A, B, and C. You can see them in plan here. Here's Heath Street in Boylston. And then this is in section on the, again, looking from Heath Street. So they're proposing building A, which is a 14-story building, including a 200-room hotel, retail, residential condos up top, and parking. And that's being proposed as phase 1. And the 14 stories correlates to a better than 60% effective commercial use in that building. And then these two buildings, B is medical office, retail, and parking. And building C is rental apartments and parking. And the way they're contemplating building those two buildings is as a single phase where all of the commercial is in building B. So they would build building C first, putting them out of compliance with their commercial requirement. But there are schedules and agreements and potential cash penalties for taking too much time to build and get building B completed soon after building C as the second phase together. The City Realty projects alone, when completed, will contain 420,000 square feet of commercial, 246 residential units, and provide estimated net new tax growth of $5.6 million, as well as $24 million of additional benefits to the town. Now, the $5.6 million estimated net new tax revenue is done through ranges, looking at what the total tax revenue from City Realty might be, 6.7 to 8.6 million. Then netted out of that is the town's additional costs to provide town services. And then netted out of that is what the taxes are on those properties now. And the 5.6 million is the best estimate of what will come after everything is built. This shows you the numbers of effective gross floor area using those 1.25 and 1.5 multipliers and the actual gross floor area. So simply put, all of their buildings together will be 46% commercial, but by the calculation, it puts them at 63% commercial, which makes them eligible for height bonuses. The MOA offers quite a few additional benefits and protections to the town, and I'm not going to go into those here. But they're on the slides I shared with everybody yesterday. And there is a tax certainty agreement as well, which runs for 95 years. It runs with the land. So even if it's sold, once everything's executed, it will be binding. And it also, there's protection in case the hotel use changes to a different use to protect the town's level of revenue. And calculations, there was a discussion at the subcommittee that would the revenue continue to go up in the future under one of these agreements? And First Assistant Town Council Jonathan Simpson looked at the documents and said yes, because they're really based on each year on what the value of the properties currently are in that future year. there've been quite a few friendly amendments. I already, gave kudos to Dick and to Janice. The tree canopy requirement there, there was removal of, it has to be at ground level, and large projects can't buy their way out of putting the trees on site. They can't just pay into a fund. There's Janice's friendly amendments that knocked the base height down to 125 feet and introduced an intermediate 150 foot with an asterisk that may be reduced. And there are clarifications that enforce the continuity of the commercial use. Dick did a lot of work on that. There's clarifications around setback requirements. There's extension of the restriction on vehicular access to Heath Street to the eastern 4.0 district. And also more kind of working careful. Dick had a bunch of ideas, and the subcommittee spent a lot of time looking at the sort of delivery schedules of various buildings by and what would motivate City Realty to do all of this in a timely fashion. Here's some more detail on what Janice brought to the table: a retail support fund, a neighborhood advisory committee, and some other things here. And just to make clear, the EDAB voted unanimously on Articles 1 and 2. The planning board voted with one abstention, otherwise unanimously, to endorse Article 1 and the amendments that were before them. And it also adopted unanimously the design guidelines. The Housing Advisory Board voted unanimously on Article 1 and 2, and the Select Board did in fact vote unanimously on Articles 1 and 2 on Tuesday night. And then this slide was just a slide that was presented to the Select Board about what less attractive things might happen on the City Realty property that I threw in at the end. Meredith sent it to me this morning, that they could release the Citizens Bank building or go with a housing non-commercial solution. So what I want to do next is just the subcommittee received a lot of public comment, a lot of concerns about traffic, height and density, neighborhood character. It also received public comments supporting, emphasizing economic growth, tax revenue, the need for housing and affordable housing, the value of transit-oriented development, and density, creating neighborhood vibrancy. Newton City Councilor Lau Baker attended a meeting and spoke, and the mayor of Newton sent a letter both expressing concern over traffic, the R cut, a certain possible way of relieving traffic that nobody seems to be very fond of or people hate, at the intersection of Hammond, and a possible solution, the intersection of Hammond and Boylston Street. And the mayor's letter urged delay in rezoning until traffic planning was resolved. WS Development, the owner of the street, sent a letter opposing the rezoning and expressing concern about adequacy of parking in the City Realty proposal. As I said before, Salvador Capital sent a letter in support. The Growth Companies has been involved and is interested in. And then I think yesterday or today, we received a letter in support of the zoning from the Chamber of Commerce. The subcommittee delved deeply into many aspects of these proposals, and I'm just going to give a very high-level overview of some of the major considerations that were discussed at the subcommittee level. in the form of question. So is the zoning other than the CHC4 adequately developed and vetted? This concern was raised several times, often noting how relatively little time the Chestnut Hill Community Advisory Group had spent and how much little attention it had spent on the other districts in contrast to the 4.0 district. And several recent amendments have addressed some of the issues around the questions about whether the other districts have been adequately developed, the setback clarifications, and the underlying zoning setbacks still hold, the curb cut extension along Heath Street, and then other changes were made prior to filing in the warrant. The easternmost block of the neighborhood district was removed. So it was cut back to the Oak Street extent. So the whole zone was reduced. And then also there were a number of reductions to heights and increases to setbacks that were made in the weeks and months prior to finalization of the article. The biggest one probably of concern is, can traffic be adequately mitigated, and might Brookline rather than developers end up having to shoulder a high cost for traffic solutions that might have to be built in Boylston Street? And should traffic solutions be in place prior to passing the overlay zoning? There was a lot of talk about traffic, including impacts, various aspects of congestion, quality of life, multimodal safety, cost. Can traffic be adequately mitigated? Is a question. How, when, and what will that cost? Will Brookline have to pay a significant part of that cost? Can multimodal transit resources, the Green Line, the Route 60 bus, bicycle infrastructure improvements, make a significant contribution to traffic mitigation and offset traffic impacts? A big question is, is it practical to engage with Newton and Mass DOT effectively in advancing the conversation on how to solve all this without passing the zoning? And another question, are the traffic studies that the town has commissioned enough for now, understanding that study and mitigation responsibility are squarely on developers of any projects coming forward, including City Realty? So the real traffic study hasn't been done by City Realty in order to get their permits to move their project forward. So these are all open questions that the subcommittee was not agreed on. Could we end up with a Waldo Durgan situation where buildings are torn down and nothing takes their place? There's a lot of concern about this. Staff noted significant differences between the Waldo Durgan situation, including that the buildings were torn down because they were effectively unsafe and condemned. And that there are hopefully good incentives for City Realty to actually, if they start a project, to move quickly to finish it so they have income. And the opinion was offered by staff that they would be much more likely just to release the Citizens Bank building if they weren't going to go forward with, rather than tear things down. Are the commercial space requirements that are the core of the commercial district zone overlay, are those the requirements in the zoning, including maintaining use over time, along with this tax certainty provisions, are they adequate? These provisions were extensively discussed. They were the point of attention primarily of Dick Benka. And, I think that there may be some skepticism about whether a project will actually happen or not, but I didn't at the end hear a lot of deep concern about that adequacy. Are the various provisions for flexibility with negotiation by the select board going to work in Brookline's favor and deliver better outcomes? Both the zoning and the MOA include provisions for flexibility. These could be the key areas are the reduction in the commercial space percentage at the intermediate bonus height of 150 feet, where it can be reduced from 55% commercial to as low as 51%. This can be negotiated. There's the opportunity for relief of the no new curb cut provision on Heath Street in the east block that could be negotiated with the growth companies. And there's an opportunity for reduction of the required 2% of hard construction cost required contribution for mitigation of infrastructure impacts, and that can be negotiated down to 1.25%. And while the reductions in these sorts of measures that are in the zoning for good reason are a cost, they each also bring a benefit. The flexibility in the commercial space requirement was negotiated as part of the deal that lowered the base height from 150 feet to 125 feet. And it also increases the likelihood that City Realty will be able to finalize their plans and their financing and move ahead with their project sooner. And Janice Kahn noted that she favors this negotiated compromise, which she negotiated, because she finds that she looks out more than she looks up, and this provides a better ground level environment for the neighborhood at the risk of slightly higher buildings. The curb cut flexibility is one of several opportunities to negotiate with the growth companies and enter into tax certainty and other memoranda of agreement, which benefit the town. And the 2% contribution for infrastructure is double what has been required of any past developer anywhere else in town. It's justified based on the infrastructure conditions in the area, and any reduction is tied to demonstration of a reduced impact. And finally, given the unlikelihood of redevelopment in the TOM, the transit-oriented multifamily, anytime soon, is it better to upzone now as being proposed, or should this be taken off the table? And opinions about this were strongly split, right down the middle. So the subcommittee voted 3-3. I think we're all here and ready to speak. And Dennis and I spoke about how to use our time most wisely, and we both agreed that I shouldn't be putting words in anybody else's mouth. And so what we're going to do is let everybody speak for themselves. I've summarized what I pulled out of the minutes of the 3 meetings of each person's comments. I don't expect anybody to ask me to speak for them, but if somebody wanted me to read my summaries, I'd be happy to. And Dennis, shall I proceed and go first with my comments, or do you want me to?
Hang on one second. I wanted to, since we want to be sensitive to staff time, they've been waiting patiently. If there was anything that has come up that ought to be emphasized, I would give Meredith a chance to say a few words and then go on to the individual recommendations from each of the subcommittee members. And if not, we can just have Meredith answer questions. I don't want to force you to say anything.
Thank you, Dennis. I don't have anything to add. I think David gave an excellent overview of the substance of the proposals and summary of the discussion. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Great. So go ahead, David.
Do you want to see if Michael Rubenstein, perhaps as the select board and memorandum of understanding kind of petitioner, wants to add anything here?
Well, I mean, I think there might be some questions that will
fine. All right.
come up, but let's not.
All right. So to my comments, of which I have 5 points. The overlay zoning is the product of 2 years of intense effort and is well developed. We should adopt it, and if there's additional refinement to be done, there's nothing preventing that happening. Conversely, putting it off to a future town meeting begs the question of who will do the work when all of the votes at all the other boards and committees have been unanimous in support of what is before us now, as well as this is the recommendation of our planning department staff. The height limits and incentives in the various sub-districts are reasonable and appropriate. Allowing 6 stories instead of 4 in the neighborhood multi-use district for a hotel that would generate a lot of tax revenue or 50% or more affordable housing makes sense. And 6 or 7 stories near the Green Line stop also makes sense. Congestion in the area is very real, but it isn't being generated by Brookline. The cars are coming from economic development in 20 or 30 other municipalities that are benefiting from the taxes of that development. Sitting on our hands and not encouraging economic development in Brookline is unacceptable. It is not reasonable or normal to expect traffic planning to come first. That's not how the world turns. Mass DOT will come to the table after we pass the zoning because it will be real, and so Mass DOT will move it up on their busy agenda. The way we get developers and landowners to deal with Brookline is we thoughtfully lay out the welcome mat by rezoning and saying we are interested in certain kinds of development in certain places that fit exactly into this new zoning overlay district and the 78-page design guidelines. We say to them, study these documents that are now law, come to us with your ideas, and you still need a special permit for anything that you want to do. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Linda, would you like to weigh in?
Not right at the moment.
I'm prepared to weigh in if you want to go.
Go ahead, Lee.
The principal concern that I had expressed at the subcommittee, and there were several, but the one I want to sort of focus on is traffic. I've lived in this neighborhood for 48 years. And when I moved to the area, actually I've lived in Brookline for 59 years and not far from where I am now, but I'm right in this neighborhood for 48. Route 9 was a 4-lane divided highway, not limited access except in certain areas, with traffic lights here and there and some overpasses and underpasses between Brookline and Route 128. At the time that I first moved here, the Chestnut Hill Mall did not exist. Chestnut Hill Square did not exist. That large apartment building just to the west of the area we've been talking about was something called the Sydney Hill Country Club. It didn't exist as a large residence. The atrium didn't exist. The street, what is now referred to as the street, was much smaller. The still under construction multi-unit building at the corner of Hammond and Boylston Street was a gas station. And over the last half century, there has been immense development along Route 9, and admittedly, a lot of it has been in Newton, but separate and apart from the fact that it's been in Newton, Route 9 itself, in terms of its overall traffic handling capacity, has basically not increased at all. And in fact, to the extent that additional traffic lights have been instituted in several locations, including Chestnut Hill Square and a few other areas, in a lot of ways, the traffic handling capacity of Route 9 has actually diminished. Now, I think that nothing illustrates the potential concern about traffic here than this so-called RCUT proposal. And I want to describe that to you in detail. RCUT stands for Restricted Crossing U-Turn, RCUT. And this is something that is addressed by the Federal Highway Administration, and it has been implemented in various places. But from the research I've done on this, it seems as if the RCUT is a preferred approach where you have a major, heavily used street that is intersected by a very lightly used side street. Now, I do not believe, based on my reading of where this has been implemented and what its intention is, that this would work for Hammond and Boylston. Let me describe how this would work. Right now, if you're driving down Hammond Street, in either direction, and you want to drive across Route 9, you just continue driving through the traffic light. If the R-cut proposal goes in, you would not be able to drive straight across Route 9. If you're heading south, you would make a right turn on Route 9. There's head west. You would go a little ways down Route 9 to some unspecified place, make a U-turn, then get over to the right lane, and when you get back to Hammond Street, make another right turn. If you're coming north on Hammond Street, it would be a similar proposition. You'd make a right turn on Route 9. You'd make a U-turn. Again, you'd have to go from the right lane to the left lane. You'd make a U-turn, go back on Route 9, get over to the right lane, and then make a right turn back onto Hammond Street. The purpose of, from my review of the discussion of this R-cut concept, is not that it's so much intended to move traffic, but intended to reduce potential crashes. So it's a safety issue more than a traffic handling issue. Now, I can't imagine, given the amount of traffic that exists on Hammond Street, particularly in the morning and evening, that an R-cut proposal would be even remotely feasible. And yet that seems to be the solution that's being talked about. Right now, even today, both of these streets can be backed up for a quarter of a mile or more to the Boylston Street traffic light. And you can sometimes have to wait for 3 or 4 light cycles, depending on where you are in the queue, to get through it. It's a very messy proposition. If you add all of these additional housing units, hotel rooms, medical offices that are being proposed here, without addressing the traffic problem, or by simply saying, oh, well, MassDOT will deal with it, I think we're asking for a great deal of trouble. There have been no traffic studies that have been undertaken or completed in connection with this proposed zoning. And the notion of let's get the zoning approved and then we'll do the traffic studies seems to me is essentially requiring that the traffic study be created, be result oriented, rather than fairly reflect what would actually potentially work. Now, there is actually a solution that might work, which is to depress Route 9 under Hammond Street and create an underpass. I'm not sure that is even feasible because there may not be sufficient land along the edges of Route 9 to create surface lanes. But that at least is something that would make an improvement that would offset some of this development. But the fact that this R-cut concept is being talked about seriously suggests to me that the magnitude of this problem, and the R-cut is certainly not going to solve it. It's going to actually make things worse. There were a couple other points that I wanted to mention besides the traffic issue. There is the discussion of this so-called tax certainty agreement. And the deal here is basically that if the developer, City Realty, at some point, for example, were to sell one or more of these buildings to a not-for-profit, for example, if they sold the building with the medical offices to one of the hospitals to operate under the hospital's not-for-profit status, and therefore would be potentially tax exempt. The tax certainty agreement ostensibly would create an obligation for the same amount of tax revenue to be paid to the town by somebody. I asked town council whether or not there's any case law. Well, I guess the first thing I asked him is, has this ever been done before? He said, no, it's the first time. And I said, is there any case law that would support the potential for the municipality to enforce a tax obligation against an exempt owner? And the answer at this point is no. So, the lawyers have looked at this, and I appreciate that. But if, to suggest that this is something that is cast in stone without any legal precedent, I think is at least something that has to be looked at a bit skeptically. the issue of transit oriented is the last thing I wanted to mention. The suggestion is that the D line and the number 60 bus can solve some of the traffic problems. Well, let me talk about the D line and the number 60 bus. First, the D line stops at Chestnut Hill, the Chestnut Hill station, which is over next to the post office in Chestnut Hill. It is about I would estimate at least a 15-minute walk to the area of the City Realty property, because you have to walk down Hammond Street, cross Route 9, then go all the way over past a couple of the side streets until you get to that area. So I don't think it is all that transit friendly to get to these locations. Secondly, the number 60 bus. Well, if Route 9 becomes a big traffic snarl and the traffic becomes even worse, the number 60 bus is going to just sit in traffic. There's no possibility, for example, of creating a dedicated bus lane on Route 9 because there are only 2 lanes of traffic in each direction. If you created a dedicated bus lane, you'd be left with 1 lane of traffic in each direction, which would only make conditions worse. So, people can talk about this stuff as if, oh, no problem, we'll just use the number 60 bus. But the number 60 bus is going to sit in traffic just like everybody else. And Chestnut Hill station is not sufficiently close to this development as to be realistically an alternate to driving there. So with all of this in mind, I think what we need to do is to understand the traffic implications, to get a traffic study completed and looked at and done by somebody who is not going to have a stake in the outcome, but can do an impartial and realistic traffic study to assess the potential increased congestion. Whether or not the source of, David suggested that the source of a lot of the congestion was not caused by Brookline. And I agree, that's true. A lot of the development that I've mentioned has been in Newton. Even the street, most of that construction there is actually in Newton, when the only part that's in Brookline is a parking lot. But one way or the other, that traffic exists, and this will make things a lot worse. And until we understand the potential implications of a development of this magnitude, with medical offices, a lot of in and outs, with hotels, with taxis and Ubers driving up and down to the hotel all the time as people check in and out, with potentially a couple hundred residential units and as many cars. Again, not really that conducive to mass transit at that location. I just don't see how we can proceed without a solid understanding of the traffic implications of a project of this magnitude. And that's why I voted against it, and I still am against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, and then Linda.
Thanks. As David made his presentation, I realized that for any of you who are just now beginning to learn about this, you've got a lot to do. And we'll see what we get done. I came in planning to just make 3 distinct points. It turns out 2 of them have already come up. And my goal here is mainly to suggest that, particularly with the last 2, these are things that we really should not spend a lot of time on for reasons I'll explain, because they're really not going to matter for the particular decision in front of us. So the 3 points are transit-oriented development, traffic, and parking. These are all things in which I have some expertise. First of all, there has been discussion, and there may well be amendments to remove certain parts of this from the zoning and say we'll do them later. The general answer to that, I refer you to the new Chamber of Commerce letter that just came in the last day or 2 that makes the point very clearly. The override debate reminds us that we need to demonstrate our openness to new commercial development. Specifically, I wanted to talk about the transit-oriented development zone. Lee has not characterized that correctly. We're talking about the area north of Route 9, west of Hammond Street, which is just more than across the street from the Chestnut Hill D-Line station, hence appropriate for transit-oriented development. Now, it's not likely there's going to be development there soon, and so the question is, why not wait? And the answer is, the current zoning is utterly inappropriate for transit-oriented development. It comes from another era when we didn't talk about that, and we should demonstrate our openness even if we have to do more later to accomplish that. If we don't, we'll end up what happened with the street development. Newton gets the tax revenue from the Star Market. Brookline gets the tax revenue from the parking lot. Number two, traffic. I agree largely with David on this in terms of the proper sequencing for his reasons and my own reasons here. I mean, I do know something about traffic studies, and the dirty secret here is that they don't tend to be very accurate no matter what. And so there will be traffic issues, there will be traffic problems, but it's a mistake to predict exactly what they're going to be and then make plans beforehand. The reason is that the traffic engineers like to think of traffic as physics, like water flowing down a hill, but in fact, it's human behavior. And so the effects of additional traffic are poorly understood. And I want to give an example here, and this is coming from scholarship. It's not just me here. I mean, since as I agree with David, most of the traffic is longer distance here. Think of people who are driving from, say, Needham to Boston, and suppose this development does worsen traffic on Route 9. Some of them will be faced with this and they'll take a different route, and that will ease the problem. Some of them will drive at less busy times. Some of them might even take the train from Needham as a result. None of this can be measured very precisely, only approximately, but these things do happen. And so even basically, if you want certainty about traffic before you rezone, you'll always say no. And I don't think that's what we should do. And even then, if you say no, people's behavior changes, the traffic will change, developments will change outside of Brookline. And so I don't think that's the proper approach. And so I don't think it's something we should dwell on here. My final point is about parking, which hasn't come up, but it may, because there's a letter in all of this information from WS Development, the developer of the street on the Newton side. It's echoed in the letter by the mayor of Newton. And it goes into, it's saying that the parking is inadequate in the City Realty project. But it's a complete red herring. I won't speculate on the motivations behind the letter, but what it does is present some calculations of what it says would be the parking and the City Realty site. It does not acknowledge that all of those calculations are based on the minimum parking requirement in the proposed zoning, neglecting the fact that the maximum parking allowed is several times as great. It does not acknowledge that City Realty has put forward a number or numbers on their proposed parking far greater than the numbers in the WS Development letter. The logic of that letter seems to be that City Realty is going to try to get its customers to park over on the street and walk across Route 9, which doesn't make any sense. And in fact, I should note this letter was presented to our EDAB that includes many developers themselves, and they dismissed it out of hand, and I urge you to do the same. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Linda.
Well, I'm going to say at the outset, I hope I have another opportunity to speak about this because I'm exhausted. So, I'm very conflicted about this whole proposition, and I agree that understanding the infrastructure capacity and what it can take is a fundamental necessary condition in urban planning. And the fact that we are putting this level of density in an area that is actually car-based and hoping for the best is, on a professional level, for me, pretty foolish. And I hear the chest beating about, well, we got to get our share, and Brookline has missed opportunities, and well, we're not going to build another street. So that analogy is moot. And, you know, people go back to the comp plan in 2005. Well, yeah, this is a commercial area that we are trying to incentivize commercial development. And really, we're only getting that partially. We're actually setting ourselves up to get a lot of housing. And in one case, we heard that the retail requirements for the ground floor can be waived. And I can hear the pleadings at the select board already about that. And this is part of my reason for, at the subcommittee, suggesting, making a motion to remove the transit-oriented piece, the piece that's north of Boylston Street and at the corner of Boylston and Hammond. I think it is overzoned in terms of the density and the height of those buildings. I think we have homes there that will be loomed over. I think this notion that because I would characterize it as a residential, almost commuter rail type transit stop is several blocks away from here. Yeah, maybe a few residents will have a few less cars if they all work downtown Boston and have to be in the office. But those are a lot of ifs. So I would still make that suggestion. I think the potential impact to what is happening at the street right now is significant. And I do think we might need to expand the intersection, and we would be taking our own new development property to do that. So I agree with the suggestion that has been made by many in this whole process to remove that. I think it hasn't been well thought out. I think we just don't have a good proposal for that piece of it. I would like to point out that the design guidelines are merely guidelines, and they're well done and they look great and there's pretty pictures, but they're not requirements. So don't hang your hat on that. And the other thing is that thinking that it's wait a second, I gotta look at my notes here. My other big concern is with the MOU and our agreement with City Realty, which the planning and effort that went on once City Realty was on the case really consumed all of the work of the committee, and the focus was there. And people have worked very hard and very long to feel comfortable with an agreement with this one developer. And that is the reason why I suggested at the subcommittee that we vote only that piece of it, because we have the protections for the town included and hammered out and negotiated. And they're not left to some hoped for, maybe they'll come back to the select board for something else and then we can talk to them about tax certainty. So that was one of the other things that I thought we should do about all of this. I also have my doubts just across the board about the feasibility of the project itself and the ability of this particular development team to execute a truly great project that we all want. Now, we can't pick and choose who buys property and brings proposals to us, but it gives me pause about this last big commercial development opportunity that we all agree is very important to be doing it with. And I need to be careful about what I say here, but doing it with a firm that we know in their activities in the region often seek to make changes, get out of agreements, modify permits, et cetera, et cetera. And from my knowledge of it, very often the resulting project is much less than what might have been hoped for. So that gives me pause. So I feel like for the folks who are voting yes because they want economic development, and the select board politically want it because they want to look like they're making efforts to resolve our fiscal problems, which is, you know, that's legitimate, but it's not a reason to jump necessarily at what is being offered, because it does have a lot of serious problems to it. And everybody has, you know, tried very hard to make it be something that turns out well. And I think we would be a lot better off going with what we know, going with where we've hammered out the agreements, and that would be just the city realty parcel. So I guess I'll stop there.
Thank you. I'm fairly confident that someone is going to propose the table soon. But before we do that, and before we go on to the other two members of the subcommittee, I have been aware that there are some questions queuing up. And if those questions are questions that could be answered by staff, I would like to take a couple of those right now and then go back to the other members of the subcommittee. If there's no objection. So I would love to take Lisa's question.
Actually, I think David Mark may have had a question at
Oh,
one point.
sorry.
If you want to take Elisa first, that's fine. My question won't take long, so whichever.
All right, go ahead, Elisa.
Oh, well, I feel bad once again usurping David Mark.
Just
But well, that's my question. I've been looking here and I'm disappointed from what I see from that particular plan of specific requirements for, I mean, there's a lot of talk and a lot of beautiful pictures of green space and pedestrians and outdoor sidewalks, I mean, outdoor cafes. But I think, and I need guidance on what is actually happening for that plot. What zoning is there that actually requires that there's going to be all those big public realm spaces? I don't see like a green strip between the sidewalk and Route 9. I don't see bike lanes. From what I can tell, it looks like a 10-foot sidewalk on Boylston Street. And I just checked, you know, commercial areas for Boston, what they would recommend. There'd be a 6-foot frontage, there'd be 4 feet for pedestrian, there'd be something like 4 feet for green space. And I just don't see it. I just see a big building and I see that there's a 25-foot open space in between Heath and Boylston on Sheaf Street, I think. And that's all I see. I see nothing else that's outdoor public realm attractive, despite what all the pictures are showing me. And even sometimes on the pictures, like it'll show the one building and it just has the building and it's not particularly attractive and it looks massive.
Elisa, at the risk of interrupting, let's get an answer
stop.
to your question.
I will stop. Sorry. So that's my question.
So in order to answer your question, Lisa, I think, in terms of the illustrations that you're talking about the city realty renderings. So, you know, what we've been talking about tonight, there's the proposed rezoning and the overlay district. each of the sub-districts have requirements in terms of tree canopy, open space, pedestrian connectivity. So those vary by each sub-district, and then sort of within the scope of this overlay zoning, there has been a sort of specific project proposal that there have been renderings provided for that. So I think for the examples, it sounded like you were talking about sort of the western part of the CHC4 sub-district, where we've built in sort of larger setback requirements to serve as these green buffers between the development and the residential areas on the western portion. And so I think the open space and, with a sort of larger campus style development like what City Realty is proposing, there's good examples of that in their renderings and the design guidelines. And then in terms of,
I'm looking at, what am I looking, is that not right? Page 32 of 78, the zoning envelope for that project? That I must be, I don't know, what am I missing?
Page
32?
I think you might be referring to the design guidelines.
Are you thinking of that? You're looking at the building envelopes. That's in that was in David's presentation. Well, Alyssa.
Well, it's the big, lots and lots of photos. This version of the zoning envelope shows the CHC4 sub-district with a 25-foot setback from Heath Street and Route 9 at the mid-block. So that's the best specific zoning that I could find that says anything about outdoor space.
Let's just, there are a few layers here. So this zoning approach is, there's a form-based zoning light. And then there's also, it's accompanied with design guidelines with the special permit, and they're about 80 pages. So just to break it down a little bit, to look at this more holistically, because I agree with you, it's really hard to look at metrics and understand how they add up to an experience. But this, for instance, let's start with like a large site, open space standards. You have at least 4,000 contiguous square feet, no less than 40 feet in either direction. And that's because in large sites where it's more campus style, you want to ensure that the buildings are going to be configured so that there's, a breakdown in their scale, but also so there's penetration of connection or porosity connecting Heath Street to Boylston Street. So you don't have to go down the entire length of a 600-foot block. You can actually cross in like the midpoint of that large block, the furthest most. And not only that, but you also there are requirements for walls that are a certain length. There have to be certain design standards regarding their massing. There are opportunities for more linear retail and more activation of that space, whether you're a member of the public crossing a private site. The setbacks, depending on what street you're on, also provide more opportunity for the on-site vegetation. And that's why it was really important for the various boards that heard this, that the tree canopy be required, not optional, for on-site plantings. And then the setbacks, so we're talking about just the ground level, also enhances the streetscape and the pedestrian experience because of certain depths. It allows not only for tree plantings, depending on how far east you go, but you also, just by having those deeper setbacks, it increases almost like the experience of the sidewalks. The sidewalks feel wider. So those are just a few examples of how, more than the base zoning, there are actual standards and requirements that would enhance the street experience, the pedestrian experience.
So could you just tell me, like, from the building to the street, what is the required minimum distance?
Right. There's actually, it varies depending on which subzone you're in. So if you're looking at that map that David had up, if you're on Boylston Street, there's generally there's like a 10-foot minimum, except for the large site that's further west. That's going to be deeper because that allows for, you know, you have like a little bit more site circulation to think about if you're going to have hotels. So there's going to be a much deeper setback for that. If you're on Heath Street, let's start with the westernmost. I believe that is and Meredith, correct me, I'm going to flip through the zoning, but I believe that is a 25-foot setback along
Yes,
Heath.
I saw that. Yeah.
And just to give you some perspective, Harvard Street is like 35 feet wide, curb to curb. So think about that. That's a really deep setback. That is a minimum requirement. And with the reduction of the curb cuts along Heath Street, you are certainly enhancing that pedestrian experience, not only impacts in the neighborhood, but you're definitely encouraging the pedestrian experience. Whereas now you see a lot of back of house surface lots, and it doesn't look like a front yard.
Right. Heath Street is not very attractive, but you did say it is 10 feet on the Boylston side.
It's
It would have been nice to have Boylston actually become a pleasant, if we want it to be pedestrian friendly and we want people to come and we want it to be transit oriented, we've got to make it pedestrian friendly. And 10 feet is not, it doesn't allow for sidewalks.
Oh, but that's
cafes. I'm sorry, not sidewalks.
It actually does allow for some outdoor seating. You can have outdoor, you can do a lot in 10 feet. And that's in addition to the sidewalk itself.
Oh,
so think about how wide the sidewalks are. So in effect, you could have it, maybe like 16 feet, uninterrupted. And that front yard could be beautiful pavers, or it could match the sidewalk. So you have this expanse. It almost feels like a boulevard. So you could do wonderful things with outdoor seating and so forth.
So the expanse that's what I was wondering, from the building to the street.
We call it to the lot line. So that's why we talk about setbacks. All we can do with the zoning is regulate private land. So the sidewalks are what they are, but we're talking about setbacks to a lot line, a front lot line. Okay. So the appearance, if you add that front yard setback to the sidewalk, no one is going to know where the lot line is. It's going to feel like it's one big sidewalk to the building.
Okay. That's more reassuring. I thought it was 10 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
And bike lanes for Boylston Street, is that envisioned at all, or?
So that is something that was addressed sort of more in the transportation study scope of work as part of the broader Chestnut Hill commercial area study work. And so there are a set of conceptual improvements that we work with our transportation engineering division on, presented those to community advisory group for feedback, presented them to the transportation board. Those have been accepted as like a planning document. And so those do include a proposal for bike lanes along Boylston Street. But again, we're going to have a lot of conversations with Mass DOT. We've had conversations with Newton. And so there's, all of that is sort of contemplated at a high level conceptual planning stage at this point.
Right. All right, Lisa, let's move on to someone else so we can. So that would be David Mark and then Michael Berger.
Okay.
No, David Mark was next.
Right,
and then Michael.
David Mark and then Michael Berger.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I should have gone first, Lisa. But first, I want to thank David and the other people on the subcommittee for all the incredible work they did. And the fact that it's a 3-3 tie has made the discussion a lot more interesting for me to hear all these different perspectives. And David's presentation, not only did I listen to it, I stayed awake through the whole thing. So, that should be, taken into account. Thank you for that. My question is something I haven't heard yet about the tax certainty. You said that the town was going to get into an agreement with city on the tax certainty. Does the tax certainty agreement that we're talking about for the rezoning apply to all the parcels we're zoning in this proposal, or just the city one?
Just city.
Okay, so why would we rezone all these other proposed sites and lose our leverage?
That's Linda's point.
Yeah, it seems to me that we'd want to keep as much bargaining power as we could. So
That's
that's
precisely
something-
Linda's point.
Yeah, that's just, I was hoping that the whole thing was covered. But maybe that needs more discussion. And finally, to Lee's point, years ago, there was a serious study done to put Route 9 underneath Hammond Street, and with an underpass, but it was wickedly expensive and it didn't go anywhere. I don't think the fire department will allow the thing that Lee discussed because of emergency vehicles needing to get through that intersection, and there's not enough room on Route 9 on either side to put a dedicated U-turn lane in there either. So I don't think that's going to happen. And finally, with regards to the complaints about the traffic in that area, I would just point out that almost all of the town meeting members in that entire part of town voted not only to upzone a more dense neighborhood on Harvard Street, but also to put Waldo Durgan into my neighborhood. They all voted in favor of that, even though our neighborhood is more densely, trafficky than that.
This is dangerously close to being a debate rather than a question.
Right.
We'll have time to debate.
I just want to remind people of that, and I'm going to go to bed in a few minutes.
Thank you. Michael Berger.
Yes, thank you, Dennis. Thank you very much, David, for the presentation. I had a question about one of the slides. You said, there are other possible outcomes. And one of the outcomes would be that we didn't get a hotel or we didn't get this. And so there would be more residential and not as much commercial development, which seems to me to be a very undesirable outcome because the whole purpose for this is commercial tax revenue and commercial business. Can you comment on what the probability of that is? I mean, how do we determine what the outcome is? It's the probability of a particular outcome times the revenue that outcome would generate. I'm just wondering what kind of projected results would happen or could happen. I don't know who I'm asking. It could be David, it could be Meredith or Maria.
I might see if Select Board Member Rubenstein might be able to respond.
Okay. Go ahead, Michael.
Good evening. My apologies, Michael. I was actually raised my hand to answer David Mark's question. So could you quickly repeat your question?
Yes. So one of the slides that David showed was near the end is the possibility that some of the outcomes in terms of commercial development may not happen. You could end up with more residential development,
Right.
not as much commercial, which seems
Right.
to go, it's a possible outcome. We don't know what that's going to be, but there has to be some kind of probability in the planning that that's a possible outcome. And I know that we talked about a tax certainty, but there were some questions about that, whether that's legal and whether or not the owners, the city, would be able to survive such an outcome.
Okay. So that set of outcomes was provided to us by City Realty in the event that the zoning did not go through. And if the zoning does not go through, then the MOA doesn't get moved and doesn't get executed, and the tax certainty agreement doesn't get moved and doesn't get executed. So all of those cases, whether it was really just releasing the Citizens Bank building or the possibility of different forms of housing, are all under the scenarios where where town meeting does not pass the zoning in May. So the question of weighing the odds of one or the other is primarily dependent on whether or not Brookline Town Meeting passes the zoning.
So I didn't understand it that way. The way that I interpreted what David presented is that given all of our plans, it's possible that even though the zoning was passed, that for whatever reason you don't develop the commercial properties. In that case, what happens to the town? That's that's a possibility that we will not get the commercial development, even if it's zoned for that.
Sure. I think, I mean, this actually sort of relates to David Mark's question about why would we want to rezone the entire area if we're not going to get the tax certainty agreement across the entire area. And as David sort of used different words for this, but the reason is that on the one hand, we are trying to get leverage in order to get the things that we want. And on the other hand, we're actually trying to incentivize particular outcomes by, as David said, laying out the welcome mat for various opportunities. And we understand that developers come here with economic interests and are working to align both actually the economic interests of developers, the interests of the town as a whole, as well as the interests of the neighborhood, which has really been the effort of this entire 2-year process. So the reason, to answer David Mark's question, that we are trying to lay this out is because while we may have a lot of leverage in terms of what we can determine in terms of the outcomes, it's been pretty clearly demonstrated thus far that the level of incentive that we provide is not enough to actually encourage the development that was identified in the 2005 comprehensive plan, was also referenced by the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee in their reports as having a meaningful impact on the overrides, as well as creating a vital neighborhood and incentivizing net new commercial tax growth, which were the select board's original goals for the planning staff when they instituted this whole project. And so to your question, Michael, we're really trying to balance those two factors, leverage and incentives, because we actually, at least and this is my opinion, but we actually need more incentives in order to realize the goals that we have for this area.
Thank you.
Alec?
Thanks, Dennis. And Michael spoke to, I think, part of my original question. So I just was curious if it could be clarified, because, as has been mentioned tonight, any development that would move forward under the new zoning would necessarily need a special permit. Is there anything preventing us from including a discussion of tax certainty agreements as part of that special permit process, or making the granting of said permit contingent on an agreement? Can we do that? Have we done it before?
That's a question for Jonathan Simpson.
I do not believe it would be permissible. No, there's a doctrine called contract zoning, which says you cannot make your zoning contingent on entering any agreement with the town. The way we do it with City Realty is their zoning is not contingent on entering an agreement. They are entering an agreement, the benefits of which will only come to flow to the town if the zoning is passed. So we can't, it is much more awkward to make it forward-looking. However, we have built in a number of points in the zoning that offer an opportunity for all the parties, both the ones seeking to utilize the overlay and the select board, negotiating on behalf of the town, to because there are sort of approval points that make certain aspects of the zoning more attractive. Accessing those points requires approval of the select board, and we're hoping that it will give an option to negotiate at that point. But we cannot mandate it either in the zoning proper or as a condition of entering a special permit, of receiving a special permit.
Thank you. Linda,
Dennis,
yes?
I had put my name on the list. I think you may have overlooked me.
For comments. So I'm about to, both you and Kelly had expressed interest in speaking on behalf of your respective positions from the subcommittee. And I was about to say that Linda has a motion to table on the table, and that both of you have expressed interest in commenting.
Hey, Dennis, I see
yes.
Meredith's hand up also, and this might be our last night with her.
Right.
Just mention that.
Yes, Meredith.
Sorry, I did just have some additional thoughts in response to the questions about the, why are we moving forward with the zoning without having tax certainty in place for, all of the properties included in that, but I can hold that.
No, go. If it's in response to one of the questions that was already asked, go ahead. That's why I took an aside to get some questions on the table so that you could answer while you're here.
Sure. So, I think the practice has been that the town has sort of waited for developers to knock on our door to sort of entertain this scale of rezoning. And there's been an MOA and a tax certainty agreement as part of that. And conversations in the Economic Development Advisory Board, there's definitely a sense that the town needs to take a much more proactive stance, and we can't just continue to just take this passive approach. And so what I think we really tried to achieve in the overlay zoning here is that, you've secured an MOA tax certainty agreement with the largest property and sort of economic development opportunity for the town with the Chestnut Hill Office Park site. And then we are sort of proactively, upzoning the rest of the area to prime it for redevelopment as the Chestnut Hill Office Park is redeveloped and catalyzes sort of the development transformation of the broader study area. We have also, particularly thinking about other large property owners like the Growth Companies, which owns a lot of the properties on the East Block and the CHC4. As Jonathan was talking about, there are aspects of the zoning sort of strategically placed where there are opportunities for the select board in, discussing relief from certain aspects or requirements of the zoning with developers. That would be an opportunity for the town to push for MOA and tax certainty agreement when those opportunities arise. So I think we're using a familiar page from the playbook, but we're really trying to expand our repertoire in terms of the strategies we're using to incentivize redevelopment and growth of the commercial tax base.
If Meredith doesn't mind my just adding one small thing. What we've seen in new properties that get developed, whether it's under 40B, in a new building, especially mixed use, the price per square foot for the commercial rents is really eye-popping. It's really done a lot in the JFK Crossing area. It's, if you were to talk to the owner of the 1180 Boylston, it's really amazing what I couldn't believe what they were asking for the commercial rents. And, anyone right now, if they can't redevelop, they can sell to a nonprofit entity now. So rezoning actually discourages that because you would actually get the rents would be much more lucrative. So that's an important consideration. And that's something we've seen in practice.
All right, thank you. So what I was saying a moment ago is that Linda had expressed an interest in renewing the table motion. I know that both Carlos and Kelly had expressed interest in continuing to share their thoughts from the subcommittee. If there's no objection, I would give each of them the opportunity to speak briefly, and then we can either have a motion to table or we can just all sort of agree by consensus that we're going to table until I guess we're not going to take a vote tonight. Kelly, you have your hand raised.
Sure, and I was just going to say I'm happy to hold my comments and until the next half of this meeting. I do love hearing my colleagues' questions and would modify them based on what I've heard. So happy.
Great. Okay, thank you. So go ahead. Why don't you go ahead, Carlos?
Well, I think I will hold my comments too. I did want to touch one comment before because it has been hit many times today, which is the traffic study. The traffic study was done by a company, and it was done in June. The data from it is from mid-June or so it was, which is when one of the private schools, or a couple of the private schools that are right around the corner, were not in session. So the data for the traffic study was not correct. But as we heard when we were debating the public works budget, and we asked the DPW commissioner about traffic and traffic study in this area, and she mentioned that this was not going to happen for a long, long time. It and we have to deal with Newton, and we have to deal with DOT. It shows that it's something that we don't have a solution for, yet we're willing to add more pressure, more intensity to the site, to the area, without really knowing what the solution is going to be, if there is one, because there isn't always a solution for throughput, which is the issue that we're having here. And we could have done a better job with this. We could have talked to Newton earlier in the process, which we didn't. We could have talked to DOT earlier in the process too. I believe we did talk to DOT, but the committee that met for 2 years doesn't really know what the conversation with DOT was. We were never really updated on that. So I'm assuming it wasn't the greatest conversation in that sense. But but traffic is important, because without traffic, if this doesn't work because there's too much traffic, then the whole thing falls apart. There's no economic development. We end up with a project that is bigger than we wanted. The commercial development also doesn't work. And then the rest of the neighborhood is just basically saturated. So I'm just surprised that we keep on saying that we shouldn't worry about it. I'll just note, and I'll end with this. When there was a similar project happening up the street in Newton, which was the square, there was a left turn that was built just for that development, because they realized that adding the mall that's no longer there, adding the mall that is no longer the traffic that the mall that was no longer there by further up, plus the square, having to do a U-turn if you're going west at Clarence Road or whatever that street is, and go down east, was not going to be possible. So they needed to do the left turn for this project to work. And they got the left turn built before they did the project. And they also had the developer pay for the left turn to do it. I find it very difficult for the town to, in the future, have the developer of this whole neighborhood, of part of this neighborhood, pay for enough of the mitigation that is needed to sort of solve, or not solve, but do something about the traffic. Because again, it's going to be in the future. Who knows what it's going to be. So at the end, the town may end up paying for a big portion of solving the traffic, which may also end up costing more than what we're getting in taxes. We don't know the answer, and we're willing to go forward without knowing the answer, which is the part that is most sort of disconcerting to me. So I'll leave it at that, which is I have 2 years of comments about this project and where we are. But I think the fact that we are ignoring the traffic and at the same time ignoring what Newton's telling us, our friends and across the street, and what the Massachusetts Department of Transportation is telling us, well, I guess we'll see what happens. So I move to table along with Linda, or second Linda's motion if she's already done it.
Yeah, she already made a motion to table in the chat, so you can second it. I think the strategy is we will notice it for the meeting next week on May 7th. It will often depend on what happens with the budget discussion, whether we're able to take it up or not. But if we can't, we can always move it again. So we're debating.
Do you mean May 6th or May 7th or both?
I'm sorry, the 6th. That's what I meant. I said the wrong thing, and it's because it's late. The meeting that we added to discuss the budget.
Dennis, can I ask something?
Yes.
Article 11 is coming up on the 7th. One of the many things on the 7th. There are still 2 new motions that we're going to be looking at. My subcommittee is going to be meeting on the 6th to discuss the amendments and see if we want to take a position on them. I believe that there's still some potential for yet another motion on Article 11. So if you wanted to push Article 11 back from the 7th, that would free up a little more time for either the budget or this, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
I'm saying that that's something we could push back.
Okay, we could talk about that offline because
Okay.
we're just going to decide now whether we're going to do this and then move on to that last item on the agenda, which we hope would take only a few moments to dispatch. So we're voting now on whether to table this discussion to next week. I'm going to share my screen as we always do for the vote. Michael?
Yes.
Harry B?
Yes.
Cliff?
Sure.
Elise?
No.
Harry F?
No.
David Mark? I don't hear David Mark. Neil?
Yeah, that was a yes.
Okay, thank you. Neil? I don't hear Neil either. Susan?
Yes.
Perry?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Janice?
Yes.
Brian?
Dennis,
Yes?
Neil is a no in the chat.
Thank you.
And I'm a yes.
Oh, sorry, you weren't on the previous one. You're a yes, okay. Brian?
No.
Alec?
Yes.
Carol?
Carol is gone.
Pam?
Yes.
Jocelyn?
Yes, please.
Donnell?
I believe he's gone.
Linda?
Peace.
I think she's also gone.
It was her motion. Fran?
Yes.
David?
Well, the principles of Ohio make me want to say no. But we've almost lost our quorum. I don't, put me down for a no. I'd love to get done with this, but doesn't seem like
Carlos?
it's gonna happen.
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Christine?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to table this discussion till next week. And I want to just go back and look at our agenda for this meeting. Yes, possible reconsideration of Article 21. Go ahead.
Okay, since we voted on it on 3/31, which was a vote of 17 in favor, 1 no, 7 abstentions, two organizations have met and each one made a slight change to the article that the petitioner accepted. And so simply to be in sync with what is actually going to be moved, I thought we should just take a vote on the current and final version of this article. Is that, I don't know how, I voted in favor, so technically I can't vote to reconsider.
Yeah, well, you can have someone propose a motion to replace our recommendation. With the, I think it would be unfortunate for us to reconsider and then have no recommendation at all. So I would recommend that someone make a motion to replace our recommendation to a recommendation of favorable action on the new language. If you could explain the new language to
Yes,
us.
I can. Do you want me to explain before we have a motion, or?
No, so can someone, the language is in our packet, correct?
I'll move it.
Yeah, so we'll make that motion. Why don't you explain now why you want to replace our recommendation with the new recommendation?
Yes, there are two changes that have been made. The advisor, if you remember, this is the Medicare for All bill, and it's a resolution. There's one resolved clause. And in that resolved clause, it's had wording that said that we urge the Commonwealth to develop and establish a state healthcare system that provides universal, affordable, accessible healthcare for all residents, et cetera. And the Advisory Committee on Public Health said, well, actually what it's doing is providing access to it and not the actual healthcare itself. So they added two words, access to, after the word provides. Okay, so that's the one addition. And then last night, Tuesday night, the select board asked that the last whereas clause prior to the resolve clause be deleted. And the petitioner agreed, and it was simply the clause, whereas such a law would save the town of Brookline tens of millions of dollars in the first year alone. So that's probably why they wanted to delete it, because clearly we don't really know. So at any rate, those are the two changes that will be made in the motion that's going to be moved. And so if we now will vote on this again, we can.
All right, let me just do one thing.
Let me
do one thing. I want to share my screen briefly. So this is what you were saying. It strikes this.
And the access to is in red, and the deletion. Right. Yeah, and that's it. Those are the only changes.
I do believe that this, that for some reason, there's this other version down below, which
that shows additional, that she had gone back when the petitioner developed this, she did things that had been changed prior to in the penultimate version. I don't understand what that is. That isn't how she explained it.
I just want to make sure, because this language here does not include the access to, and so we are not voting on anything after page 2. We are voting on
that was my
if we vote on this, it would be to replace it would be a recommendation of favorable action on this what we're seeing on the screen right now.
Pages, yes.
All right, thank you.
And that's how it's explained to me as well.
Can you refresh my memory on the original vote that
yes,
I don't have it in front of me.
It was 17 in favor, 1 no, and 7 abstentions.
All right. So Neil, you were moving favorable action on replacing our recommendation with a recommendation of favorable action on this version.
And this is as amended, obviously.
As amended by the, yes.
By
By
petitioner.
the, by the petitioner.
Dennis, just
Yes.
a procedural question. If
Yes,
we don't like either version, if we were the no,
right.
how do we vote on this?
I think you would say no.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
But the,
Somebody is asked to see
Elise
the
has a
differences
question.
again.
yes, you can see the differences again. 1 second. Um, right here, it's taking out the assertion, which was debated somewhat in the original discussion as to whether how realistic this number was, which was whereas such a law would save the town of Brookline tens of millions of dollars in the first year alone. And then this language was also debated somewhat during the original discussion, which was whether the system was providing the healthcare or providing access to the healthcare. So I you know, editorial comment is that at least those changes seem consistent with some of the concerns that were raised by advisory committee members when we were debating it the first time around. And I like David Mark. I think that I like that, but I think it's out of scope. All right, so we will take a vote on replacing our recommendation to a favorable recommendation on the petitioner's amended language to favorable action on petitioner's amended language. Michael Berger. Is he not here? Harry Forrest.
Yes.
Cliff.
Abstain.
Elise.
Yes.
Harry F.
No.
David Mark.
Yes.
Neil.
Yes.
Susan.
Yes.
Perry.
Yes.
Kelly. Did we lose Kelly? Elisa.
Yes.
Janice.
Yes.
Brian.
Yes.
Alec.
Yes.
About to say, I'm wondering if we have a quorum anymore. Pam.
Pam has left.
Jocelyn.
Yes.
Fran.
Yes.
David.
Yes.
Carlos.
Yes.
Lee.
I believe he has left.
Christine.
I
Oh,
believe
Oh, I'm
she.
here,
a quorum.
yes.
Oh, you're there.
Yes. All
Yeah.
right. Okay. So I don't know if Kelly is here or not.
Kelly is not appearing on the list.
All right. Well, so now, Susan, the vote is 15 to 1 to 1 rather than 17 to 1 to 7 or
Okay.
whatever it was.
All right. Do you
Thank-
want Perry to revise the combined reports report, or do we do this as a supplement?
We haven't, the report hasn't been sent out yet. So if we can get an updated version of this that has the new language in it, that would be great. Don't worry about including the vote table. I can add that easily.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Harry, do you want to give a very, very brief summary of the next few days and then we can all go?
We're meeting by Zoom next week. We're meeting on Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday, we're hoping to at least do the operating budget based upon what happens on Tuesday's election. And presumably the CIP, if we have some idea of what free cash is, and a continuation of Chestnut Hill West. And then on Thursday, we're currently scheduled to do the Community Preservation Act appropriations, warrant Article 11, CTONS, warrant Article 12, posting public records, warrant Article 24, email usage by boards and committees, and Yeah, I think that's it.
All right, and I've received maybe 8 or 9 combined reports now, which is good. I would like more, so keep them coming.
Oh, Dennis,
Yes?
if Lisa is still here, we need to notice STM 1 and 2 for Wednesday the 6th.
Yeah, I think Carla already texted her to ask her to do that, but yes, that's exactly right. All right, thanks everyone.
Good
See you
night.
soon.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.